Well, greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome to this special live stream of our Spider-Man Brand New Day open spoiler discussion. In case the title didn't give it away, this is going to be a full spoiler-filled open discussion about Spider-Man Brand New Day. So if you have not seen Spider-Man Brand New Day, just add this video to your favorites list and come back to it after you have seen it. But according to the $927 million it made worldwide just on its opening weekend alone, I'm going to guess that most of you guys have. And that is what we are here to talk about today. We're going to talk about, and most of it's going to be taking your live comments and questions. Listen, guys, I do have the super chat still open, but we have hundreds of questions and topics already submitted by you guys. So I'm only going to leave the super chats open probably for another 20 minutes or so. And then I'm going to have to shut it down or else I'm going to be here all night. But yeah, go ahead and do that. Now, the way I normally do open spoiler discussions is I'll usually take the first 45 minutes to talk about all my spoilery thoughts. I'm going to take about 5 or 10 because I think most of my spoilery thoughts will come out as we go through your questions. So I won't do much of that. So let's talk about Spider-Man Brand New Day. And I'm going to do something I normally don't do, which is I want to start off with the things I did not like. Now, just so you know, in general, if you guys saw my Out of the Theater review, you saw me talking about it on the John Campea show, I love this movie. I think it is the best Tom Holland era Spider-Man film, and I love all of the Tom Holland era Spider-Man films. So I'm gonna go start with the things I don't like, right? Because I think I'm going to be spending the next 3 hours gushing about all the things I do love. So I might as well just get a couple of things I don't like out of the way. There's one or two little things, and there's one massive thing. One massive thing I don't like. And a couple of little nitpicky things. All right. Little nitpicky thing number one. While I understand that Jean had a very good reason and motivation, and hey, let's not forget that in the movie, Jean is a kid, right? She's a kid who has lost her family, because they didn't say mutant in the movie, but her mother rejected her and her sister because she's a mutant. And now all she's on her own with nothing but her sister. And then she violently watched her sister torn away from her. And then hearing, through telepathy and stuff like that, a psychic call from her sister desperate for help. I understand all of that. And I think all of those are mitigating things. But we can't just turn a blind eye to the fact that Jean did do some pretty horrible things. Now, granted, when she broke into the safe and, to get the main guy, to get Milner and his lackeys, she did have Punisher just shoot the guys in the legs. Granted. But I mean, there was that one scene where she had the old guy walk into traffic. I don't know if that guy lived or not. So listen, I get it. She was a kid under extreme trauma who was doing nothing but trying to rescue her sister from this giant, what she perceives to be very, very evil organization. But at the same time, Peter did seem to let a few pretty major things she did slide, not the least of which was having the old man walk into traffic. So, I mean, that's something, again, it's mitigated. I agree, but that's a little thing. The second thing that bothered me, and it bothered me even more the second time I saw the movie, was the thing with Dr. Banner. They take away Dr. Banner, and it says in the news report that they've taken him to a psych hospital, and they're holding him. Well, Spider-Man is a hero of the city. Even the police rely on Spider-Man. Spider-Man is the city's guy. Wouldn't one word from Spider-Man saying, oh, hey, there's been a mind jumper assaulting and attacking the DOD. They also went after Dr. Banner, but Dr. Banner got himself back under control. Blah, blah. Like, wouldn't one word from Spider-Man fix that whole situation? Instead of, oh, Banner's now held in custody. And it's like, well, then you have to take everybody in the DOD into custody. Again, I would get it if Spider-Man was still being portrayed in, like he is in some other Spider-Man movies, as like the public doesn't know whether to like him or to trust him. The police look at Spider-Man suspiciously, but in this movie and in this world, the city loves him. The police love him. The fire department love him. Everybody loves him and everybody trusts him. All he had to say was, hey, that mind hopper that's been attacked, he attacked Dr. Banner's a victim. He's a victim. And wouldn't that fix that? Again, small thing, but I've seen the movie twice now. And both times I've seen it, it's kind of bothered me a little bit. So that's two things. But there is one major thing. One major issue I have with Spider-Man Brand New Day. And remember, I love this movie. It is my favorite Tom Holland era Spider-Man film. Love it to death. Going to see it at least 4 or 5 more times in theaters. But this is one big problem with it. Okay? I do not like it when movies present an impossible scenario solved effortlessly. An impossible scenario solved effortlessly. To quote Pitch Meeting, that's going to be a big problem. It's barely an inconvenience. And to me, what Spider-Man Brand New Day is guilty of is doing that, is had in 5 seconds, with nothing more than a Windows PC and a 3D printer, Peter Parker solved mutation. Like that. Hey, Dr. Banner, you think I can make a doohickey that just turns off everybody's powers? Oh, yeah, sure. I guess you could do that. Cool. Click, click, click. Done. I have it. Yay. I can turn off anybody's powers and I can shut down mutants and I can do all that. And I did it in 5 minutes. No problem at all. Barely an inconvenience. That was stupid. Okay. Listen, and I'm saying this about a movie I desperately love. That was stupid. That was stupid. All right. Reed Richards couldn't do that in 5 minutes. Black Panther's sister, who Kevin Feige says is the smartest person in the MCU, couldn't do that in 5 minutes. Tony Stark couldn't do that in 5 minutes. Like, why didn't they just do that before? Why didn't they? You don't think for a minute that Nick Fury, the moment he created S.H.I.E.L.D. and the moment he knew there were going to be some people they were going to face up against that had superpowers, you don't think that Nick Fury didn't have the smartest people on the planet trying to work on a way in a device to just shut off somebody's superpower? Sentry. Oh no, Sentry can destroy the world. Sentry's all powerful. No problem. 3D printer. Print. Click. No more powers. You don't think Nick Fury would have been working on something like that? So yeah, I found that to be an absolutely stupid, ridiculous, even by comic book movie logic, because comic book movies do ask us, understandably so, to suspend a certain degree of disbelief and adopt the logic framework of that universe, not the logic framework of our regular world. But all I ask is that movies adhere to their own world's framework of logic. And that was not logical at all. Why didn't Peter just cure cancer? Like seriously, why didn't Peter just cure cancer? I mean, apparently Peter Parker can do anything, right? He can do anything. The idea that he was able to just go back to his house and like, I'll just come up with a way to turn off everybody's powers and I can do that in 5 seconds. That was stupid. And here's the thing, guys, it breaks the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. It breaks the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. Because there is now no supernatural threat other than Alien. Earthbound threat, they said, just make one of those and figure out a way to slap it on his foot or something. Like it's way too easy of a MacGuffin. It's way too easy of a fix. And I think it was a lazy way out. Now remember, I love this movie desperately, but because I love it, I'm going to be hard on it where I think it went wrong. And just having come up with a little thing like that, it's like, oh, this can just turn off all mutants' powers. Not just mutants' powers, it can turn off anybody's powers who has superpowers for any reason whatsoever. Dr. Banner hit with gamma radiation? No problem, it'll fix it. Me being bitten by a radioactive spider? No problem. It affects that too. Somebody born with a genetic mutation? No problem. It's a one size fit all, like a t-shirt shot out of a cannon at a concert. One size fits all. No problem. And done in 5 minutes. It's stupid. I'm sorry guys, to all my fellow people who love this movie too. I'm sorry, but that was unforgivable. It's stupid. Does not ruin the movie. Doesn't ruin the movie at all, but that is one thing that was absolutely a terrible decision, incredibly lazy portion of story writing, and it potentially breaks the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, yeah, it was ridiculous. It's a totally terrible thing this movie did. And I'm going so hard on it because I don't have much else negative to say about this movie. I have, other than Spider-Man should have spoke up when they were taking away Dr. Banner. Maybe bring up the fact that Jean had an old guy walk into traffic. I mean, I've got nothing but under the negative column, I've got nothing but tiny little nitpicks other than that one thing. Peter Parker being able to do what the entire world of scientists couldn't do in 5 minutes at his home computer with a 3D printer was stupid. That was a stupid thing to do. And they're going to have to figure out what walk this back, because now every time there's any threat in a Marvel movie, it's like, well, why not just get one of Peter's inhibitors? Because I'm sorry, if a 25, 26, 27-year-old guy can do it, the league of the world's most intelligent scientists will be able to do it too. So yeah, it's absolutely stupid that they did that. All right. That being said, I love this movie. I love this movie so much. I couldn't go to watch it a second time fast enough. I absolutely plan. Ann and I were going to go again last night. We were going to go watch it again last night at 12:30 a.m. because there were just a couple of seats left in the AMC XL theater. But by the time 12:30 hit, we were both so tired we just went to bed. But I am going to see this movie like 5 or 6 more times. So yeah, movie was brilliant, and those are my little nitpicks. All right, guys. With that down, let's do what we are here to do, which is to take your thoughts, theories, opinions, observation, points of view, and questions about Spider-Man Brand New Day. And again, I'm going to turn off the super chats in about 5 minutes. So if you do have a question, comment, thought, whatever, fire it in quickly, because I'm going to turn them off. All right. Let's move. And by the way, any of you guys in there saying, oh, that's a ridiculous nitpick, I'm sorry, I can't take you seriously. Like, you're not a serious person. If you don't think that within the framework of Marvel Cinematic Universe logic, just a young guy in having an idea 1 minute and then 5 minutes later coming up with a device that can turn off everybody's superpowers, and you don't see that fundamentally as a narrative problem for your entire cinematic universe, I just can't take you seriously. You're not a serious person. You're someone who's not willing to look at things like straight. I mean, I'm telling you this as somebody who loves this movie. I love this movie, but that was poor. That was the one thing in this movie that gets an F. And if you can't see that and you just want to write it off as being a nitpick, I don't know I don't know how to help you. I really don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Anyway, with that down, guys, let's get into your questions here, shall we? And we're going to start off with, who's first up here? Gopala? Yes, Gopala is up first. Magneto's beating people up for the mutant inhibitor. Yeah, Magnus might have a little bit of a problem with that. I mean, depending on which Magnus we start with, but the first thing you do is you go after and you kill the people making mutant inhibitors. So that could be a problem for Peter in the future, if they ever bring it up again. All right. Next up, Mike Hill writes, do we think MJ and Ned will ever get their memories back? I don't think so. Necklace rooftop scene seems to tease they will. Now, the necklace doesn't tease anything. She had the necklace. The necklace is still there. She doesn't know Peter gave it to her. And there was nothing implying that it did. Seems to tease they will, but it's unclear to make things definitive. Yeah, I don't think they are. I think that problem in the movie gives meaning to the title of the movie, Brand New Day. I think Peter, with all of his relationships, is starting from with a clean slate, a clean sheet of paper. It's rebuilding these relationships all again. It is, because remember, the title Brand New Day doesn't apply to anything else in the movie, right? Brand New Day has nothing to do with Punisher, has nothing to do with Hulk, has nothing to do with Jean Grey, has nothing to do with the Department of Damage Control, has nothing to do with the Peter and his mutation or anything like that. I think it's all just kind of re-emphasizing that, okay, he gets to start again. And that's my guess. That's my guess, is that he gets to start again. So I don't think, and you know, I thought the first time I saw the movie, when Ned at the end goes, Peter, like I thought at first, wait a minute, does that mean that Ned's remembering? But then it was 3C Films. I was chatting with Chris of 3C Films, and he reminded me, he said, John, don't forget that earlier in the movie, as Peter was leaving their apartment through the window, MJ called him Peter, and Ned went, wait, Spider-Man's name is Peter. So him going, Peter, that was probably more about him putting two and two together. So yeah, I don't think, I could be wrong. They could change this down the line, but I don't think they're going to have anybody get their memories back of him. I think it's him. It's a brand new day. He's rebuilding these relationships from scratch. At least that's what I think they're doing. Okay. Next up, good question, Mike. We'll find out. Jake Toven writes, loved Brand New Day. It's my third favorite Spider-Man movie, along with Across the Spider-Verse and Spider-Man 2. Yeah, it is my favorite of the Tom Holland era Spider-Man films. I love all of them, but this is my favorite. I still think, now you have to ask me again in 3 or 4 months once I've been able to marinate on it for longer. I still think Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2 and the 2 Spider-Verse movies, I still think those are the 3 best Spider-Man movies ever made. But again, ask me in a few months. Maybe I'll move Spider-Man Brand New Day up a couple of notches. But even right away, I knew, as much as I love all the other 3 Spider-Man movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this was my favorite one in the MCU era. This is my favorite one in the MCU era. All right, give me 1 second here, guys. I'm just going to turn off Super Chats because we have a lot. We have more than I'm going to be able to get through. Well, no, I'm going to endeavor to get through all of them anyway, but got to turn them off right now. So let me now refine my spot of where I left off. Man, there are a lot of questions. Okay, let's get back over to it here, shall we? Jay Toven then writes, do you think mutants have been here, or is the X gene just now manifesting in teenagers in the MCU? You know what? This is the billion-dollar question, I think. I think that's the billion-dollar question. Because, okay, there's a couple of different ways they could go with this. One is that, true to the general lore, I mean, there could have been spurts of mutation, right? Like there is just a few were born a decade or two earlier. Hence, we're going to have a slightly, an older than Jean is, Professor X, Magneto, stuff like that. They could be out there, but it hasn't really started to trigger yet. And maybe Jean is a part of that first generation of a wider triggering. Another option is, of course, that the events of Secret Wars may have something to do with it. I'm kind of I've always believed it would have something to do with Secret Wars, but I'm now starting to think that, nope, they're just doing mutation from scratch here on Earth, our 616. Obviously, the X-Men we're getting in Avengers Doomsday is a different Earth. It is not the 616. And maybe they'll just stay with that. So my guess is, and it's just a guess, that yes, thousands of years ago, En-Sabah-Nur, aka Apocalypse, was born as the world's first mutant. But that was an anomaly. Fast forward to the modern era, and maybe about 20 years ago, a few more mutants started to be born. Hence, we're going to get the generation of Professor Charles Xavier, Magneto, maybe Sebastian, maybe a Wolverine, maybe Wolverine might even be older, depending on how they decide to handle Wolverine. And then now we're hitting into a more rapid advancement in mutation where a generation of Jean's age, Jean, Cyclops, Bobby, Beast, that sort of thing, Angel, whatever, are now starting to spurt up. So maybe that's what they've been doing. Like maybe up until now in the Marvel 616, mutation has been so rare that it's never been on anybody's radar. But now it's going to start to be on people's radar. And I'm sure that the events of New York with Jean Grey might be something that helps propel it. So I don't know. It's a great question. We'll have to see where they go with it. All right. Ishmael writes, "Hey, John, the writing of this is top, which was something Marvel had disappointed lately. But when Peter opens up to MJ and it's Jean, I almost lost it. That was a great scene. That was a great scene. And like, I can't remember exactly what it is Jean says to him, but Peter, by the way, best acting Tom Holland has ever done in the MCU. Way better than, I don't want to go, Mr. Stark. Like, way better than that. Best acting Tom Holland has ever done in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is that scene as he just starts to break down all the years of loneliness and pain and no hope and all that kind of stuff. And then he brings her in and she hugs him. And then those killer words. That's right, Peter. Hold her. Hold her, Peter. Oh, that was a great scene. Absolutely great scene. It had so much shock and so much pain. And you just feel so bad for Peter in that moment. Yeah, man, it was a beautifully done scene because they imply in all the first act of the movie that, Peter's lonely and, Peter misses Ned and Peter misses MJ and he misses his life, but he's assigned himself to this. But it isn't until that movie that scene on the rooftop and he absolutely breaks down thinking that MJ remembers him, that we as the audience fully grasp the depth of his pain, the depth of his loneliness, the depths that he feels his loss. It's in that scene that it did it, and I thought it was done absolutely brilliantly. I honestly, I would argue a top 10 best Marvel Cinematic Universe moment ever. I would argue a top 10 MCU scene maybe ever. I just thought it was so emotionally powerful. So well done. All right. Next up, we got AL who writes, maybe overthinking it, but I wonder if Spidey webbing up the helicopter in the crane was a callback to the Twin Towers teaser for the first Tobey film. Al, I thought the exact same thing, and I think we're right. I think you and I are 100% right. You guys might remember, I touched on it in my documentary, Movie Trailers, A Love Story, but the very first trailer that I ever put out for the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie was a scene that wasn't going to be in the movie. They just did it just for a teaser trailer, where Spider-Man stops some crooks in a helicopter by tying them up in their helicopter in a web between the two towers. Well, then obviously 9/11 happened and they decided we can't use this trailer anymore. I 100% agree with you. I think this was absolutely an homage to that original trailer that never got released. I 100% agree with you on that. All right. Next up, we got Trevor who writes, the scene of Frank and Spidey fighting a Hulk mind controlled by Jean Grey would have felt impossible not too long ago. Spidey at Sony, Jean at Fox, and Frank sequestered on Netflix. Yeah, it was crazy. And by the way, can I just say, I know it'll come up, but I got to say this. One of my favorite things about this movie is seeing the actual, real Hulk again. Not the Dr. Banner, Professor Hulk, Hawaiian shirt, family barbecue attending Hulk. Like when he first shows up, right? He's in the building. It's like, oh no, Jean's controlling Hulk, but it's the Professor Hulk, whatever. But then the real Hulk comes out and I'm like, I have been waiting years for this. I have been waiting years for the real Hulk to come back. And yeah, as Meme is saying in the live chat, when he then goes, no girl, No Banner, only Hulk. I'm like, oh, I wanted to cry. I wanted to cry pure tears of joy, my friends, because Hulk is back. And I was afraid they might jobber him to Spider-Man. They did no such thing. Hulk bitches Spider-Man pretty good. The only reason Spider-Man lives is because he's able to dodge him for a bit, and then Hulk lets him live. That because I'm sorry, Spider-Man rightfully says to Frank, this is above your pay grade, but it is also well above Spider-Man's pay grade. Sentry is it. Sentry's it. That's it. Like, it's Sentry or World War Hulk. And so I like the fact that Spider-Man was able to use his powers to like dodge and weave and, kind of stay in the fight for a minute. But at the end of the day, it's just Hulk getting his hands on him and like easily could have killed him, but relented. And I love the way they handled Hulk. I love the way they handled Hulk. It was chef's kiss. Thank you, Destin Daniel Cretton, for bringing us back the Hulk. All right. Next up, NK writes, overall, I love the movie. I still don't know how I feel about Jean being the main villain, but I think it worked within the context of the film. Technically speaking, I would argue that while Jean was the main antagonist of the film, I don't think she's the film's villain. At the end of the day, the DOD was the villain, right? Like, Jean may have functionally been the antagonist throughout the film, but what we then come to learn is that the DOD is the villain. The DOD is what's behind all this. The DOD, through their actions, are what caused all of this, right? And by the way, did anybody notice that, the name of the air conditioner was, I think, Verimax, but the other letters were missing, so it said VMAX, right? What was Sadie Sink's character's name in Stranger Things? There's a little Stranger Things trivia for you. What was her name in Stranger Things? It was Max. I think that was a cool little call out to Max. I've seen some people think it was a call out and an homage to Star Trek because of Viger. If you know, you know. If you don't worry about it. But I think it was more of a little wink and a little nod to her character in Stranger Things. I mean, it might not have been either. Like, I might talk to Destin Daniel Cretton sometimes. Say, hey, so was the VMAX thing an homage to Star Trek or an homage to Stranger Things? And he looks at me like I'm stupid, which is probably how he would look at me. And it's like, what are you talking about? It just sounds like the name of an air conditioner. So I don't know. We'll find out. All right. Next up, we got Ismail writes, I think the psychic bubble started breaking through everyone's blocked memories. I don't think so. From the spell, the handshake and MJ's tear don't seem accidental. No, the tear didn't have anything to do because, like, she didn't know where Peter was at that moment. I don't think that had anything to do with it. Plus, remember, the spell is mystical. Mutant powers are not inherently mystical. Now, you can make an argument about Scarlet Witch or magic or things like that. And yeah, those discussions could be had. But Jean Grey's powers are telepathic and telekinetic. I don't think telepathic can cancel out a spell. Now, we are talking supreme nerd logic. I mean, yeah, granted, maybe they could do anything they want. But no, again, I don't think that Jean Grey's telepathy and telekinetic freezing of people, I don't think that had anything. I don't think that has the ability to deconstruct the Sorcerer Supreme's spell. Now, I could be wrong. But my guess is that I don't think it did. I don't think hence it's a brand new day. Peter gets to rebuild everything from scratch. That's my guess. I'm not going to die on that hill, but I'm just saying that's my guess. My guess is that it did not start to break down that, but you're not alone in that theory, Esmail. All right. Kara Black writes, with Ned's Peter reaction at the very end, I wonder if he's just realizing he's Spider-Man. This is exactly it, Kara. This is exactly it. If he's just realizing he's Spider-Man since MJ called him Peter just before he left to try to save Jean, or if he actually remembers his best friend. I think it's pretty, even though I thought that at first, I think what you just put forward is clearly the answer. He put two and two together. This stranger comes after he just hung out with Spider-Man and heard MJ call him Peter. And now this stranger comes walking up to him and says, "Hey, I'm Peter Parker." Now, some people then talk about the handshake, all that. But I also forgot the first time I saw the film. It wasn't until I saw the film the second time that handshake. Remember when Peter is watching the videos of Ned through the years? In one of those videos is Ned doing that handshake with another guy, right? So Ned that's a handshake Ned already does. So it's not like he was suddenly remembering the handshake. It's just, I think he was like, kind of like this. I don't know this guy and he's doing my handshake with me. And then it's like Peter, like as in Spider-Man, right? So that's what I think what they were doing. That's what I think they were doing. Again, we will find out. But Kara, I think you were 100% on the money with that. I think you're 100% right about that. All right. Next up, Kara also writes, did you notice the Empire Strikes? Oh yeah, with the Snowwalkers, with the AT-ATs in the background. Did you notice the Empire Strikes Back is playing in the background at Ned's desk when MJ brought Spidey up to greet him? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I will notice Star Wars in anything. By the way, can I just throw because I only spent my opening time talking about my negatives, and I'm sure all my positives will come out during the Q&A part here, but can I just mention that I think my absolute favorite scene of this movie, and I thought it after the first viewing, and I think it even more after my second viewing. My favorite scene of this movie is Ned and Peter and MJ just hanging out in the apartment, and Ned and Peter are putting together, I think it was X-Wing Lego, putting together X-Wing Lego. And like, even when Ned walks out of the room and Peter's like, I haven't had this much fun in years. Like, there was something I could have been okay with the next 20 minutes of that movie just being the three of them hanging out in the apartment, joking around and having fun. I loved that scene. It made my heart smile. That scene made my heart smile. I just loved it. It felt so cozy and so comfortable. Yeah, I just love that scene. That's my favorite scene in the movie. Anyway, thanks. But yes, Kara, I did notice that. Hassam writes, do you think it was necessary to hide Jean Grey's identity in the trailers? No, I really don't think it was necessary. Now, granted, to play devil's advocate for a second, both screenings I was at for this movie, when they read the name Jean something, I forget her middle name, but just Jean Grey. Granted, I could hear about 15 or 20 people in my theater go, oh, right? So that's like 15 or 20 people that know who Jean Grey is and had no idea that Sadie Sink was her. I think 70% of the audience I think 70% or more of the audience who went to see Spider-Man, who know anything about the Marvel universe, already suspected that was Jean Grey. But it did surprise some people. It surprised some people. Do I really think it was worth hiding it? No. I really, like, it didn't have the same impact of, say, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it was worth it. I don't think it was worth it. I think they easily could have made her a part of the marketing. But I don't think, let's put it this way. I don't think it hurt anything. So whatever. Necessary? No. Did it hurt to do it? Honestly, also no. So it's fine. All right. Thanks to that, man. Kara again writes in, says, the fact that we've had a grand total of 9 live-action Spider-Man films, yet we haven't actually seen Black Cat once, is just wild to me. Maybe the 10th film will be the charm. The thing is, I remember me and John Schnepp had this conversation once, the great king of the sweaties himself. It's not like we've had 10 Spider-Man films and they've never gotten around to Black Cat. We haven't had more than 4 in any of the iterations, right? Black Cat's not really a character you lead off with. And so I think eventually in Sam Raimi's universe, I think eventually they would have gotten around to Black Cat. I think in Andrew Garfield's iteration, eventually they would have gotten around to Black Cat. I don't know if Black Cat fits into the MCU version of Spider-Man. I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm just saying I don't know if she does. Like, I could easily see Black Cat fitting into the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I could easily see Black Cat fitting into the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. The way they've structured it, I don't know that she's as good of a fit in the Tom Holland. But again, it's not like they just did 10 movies all in one universe and they never got around to her. It's just that none of the iterations have lasted long enough to get to a Black Cat. And remember, I think it was Sony was planning for years to do a Black Cat and Silver Sable crossover. Right? So, I don't know. Maybe we get her someday. Maybe we get her someday. All right, Mason writes, it is my belief that the end credits imply Peter 2 or 3 is on the Fantastic Four ship. He's not. Sorry to spoil that. I just let you know he's not. Is on the Fantastic Four ship. Blink X number of times if I'm heading in the right direction. Love the movie. No. Look, when I was read in on all the events of Doomsday, which is now out and everybody can know it if they want, because it's out there. It's on the internet now. So I don't know anything special. But when I originally got read in on everything that happens in Doomsday, that was like over a year ago. And a lot of things can change in a year, right? Little details can change. But I will tell you that no, neither Toby nor Andrew are on the Fantastic Four ship. By the way, I thought the end credit scene was a total waste. Like, really? You made everybody sit around in the theater throughout all the credits just to give them that? And remember, the way the Spidey app works is that people see Spider-Man and report it on the Spidey app. Who is seeing Spidey in outer space? I don't know. But no, to the best of my knowledge, neither of them are on that ship. So I don't really know what it is they're referring to, but we'll find out. All right. Mason then writes, Blink. Oh, you're following a Blink 3 times if heading in the right direction. Yes, unfortunately, no, not heading in the right direction. All right, next up, Raymond writes, another Star Trek. Oh, this is another person who thought this. Another Star Trek homage. VMAX is similar to Vigor, revealed in the first Star Trek movie. The signature sign-off in Endgame is from Star Trek 4. I wouldn't say that the sign-off on Endgame was any sort of an homage to Star Trek 4. I think they just copied what they did in Star Trek 4, right? And I get it. You're not the first person I've heard the Vigor possible connection. I think it was much more of a connection as an homage to to Sadie Sink's role and character in Stranger Things. I think it was just a little wink to Stranger Things fans, which is the only thing anybody knows Sadie Sink from. So that's my guess. Now, again, if I ever talk to Destin Daniel Cretton and beg him to do Shang-Chi 2, he may very well say, oh, you're right, John, it was absolutely a nod to Max. Or, no, the theory about it being a connection to Star Trek is right. Or he may say, nah, it was just a name we came up with for an air conditioner. Who knows? We'll find out someday. All right, thanks for that, Raymond. Next up, Raymond also writes, in the end credits, I don't know what SSG Entertainment is mentioned as a partner. I wish Sony would use the financial company's opening credit at the film's intro, since everybody now knows the Archer is Odysseus. Except not every single company that just like backs something financially, whatever. You don't put all of those. Otherwise, if you did, because a lot of companies and a lot of financiers get involved in most movies, your opening would be like 4 minutes long. So they never normally do that. But yes, now everybody knows that little TSG intro with the stone-looking Greek figure pulling the arrow and shooting it through that's an homage to Odysseus. 100% it is. Well done, Raymond. All right. Nice Neptune writes, I love the way they built up the Hulk scene. Peter telling Frank using a bigger gun would only tickle Hulk, or this is way above Frank's pay grade. Agree. Like, Peter understands the magnitude of the situation they're in. And I think Peter also understands he's not going to prevail in a fight against the Hulk. And there's just the ways like, look, bigger gun wouldn't mean anything. Frank, this is way above your pay grade, but it's also way above Spider-Man's. I love the awareness of that. By the way, time for me to drop another thing that I loved about this movie. I had my doubts that the on-screen relationship and chemistry between Frank and Spider-Man could have been really great. I had my doubts about that. I also didn't think Frank would be in the movie as much as he was. I thought he would be in the movie about as much as Dr. Banner was, which was a lot less. But I loved the relationship between Frank and Peter. But you know what I loved even more that I did not have on my bingo card? I could watch a Disney Plus one-shot special Frank and MJ episode. Like one 45-minute mini movie, the special presentations, that's what they call them. I was not prepared for how much I would love the instant chemistry between MJ and Frank. I love their dynamic. Love it. Even like just the way both of them at the end, see why you like her. Then he leaves and she's like, I like him. And like instantly, right? Loved it. I love their dynamic. I will watch a 45-minute episode just of that. I really would. All right. Let's see. Next up, Sam Fisher writes, 1 of 3. I really enjoy this movie. One of my favorite things about it is it feels like it feels the most like reading a comic I've experienced. And I don't mean reading the big bombastic crossovers or event series, or even the iconic storylines that are well known to the public. This felt like reading a simple 6-issue storyline, one that crops up in the middle of a 70-issue run between iconic storyline A and iconic storyline B in the best possible way. I can't say that I felt the same thing, Sam, when I watched it. But when you just described it like that, I could totally see it. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I didn't feel that myself watching it, but now you put it and phrase it like that. Yeah, it really kind of does, doesn't it? And let's make no mistake, there are major things that happen in this movie, particularly the evolution of Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man's own inherent powers have changed and evolved and developed. That's a major significant thing. Having our first real introduction, Deadpool and Wolverine notwithstanding, having our first real introduction to our commonly known X-Men characters like a Jean Grey popping up. Significant. Yes, we did have the reference of mutation to Kamala Khan and the iconic X-Men music. Yes, but this was a different level of that. So there are several major things that happen in this movie, but it really just does feel like a wonderful in-between story that also just happens to be the best well-told one they've done so far. And yeah, again, I didn't feel that when I watched it, but I do really appreciate the way it impacted you and the way you describe it there. All right, next up. Joe Adonis T writes, that MJ Peter rooftop scene got me teary-eyed. Again, I'm sure it's going to come up many times in this live stream. But dear heavens, that scene on the roof. Again, I don't think there's anything that even comes close, that it is the best acting that Tom Holland has ever had to do in the Spider-Man costume. That is so emotionally deep and so emotionally true and so emotionally moving when you actually see the depth of his loneliness and pain. Like it wasn't, to me, it's not just that Peter broke out in crying. It's that up until that point, it's like we've seen, Peter's kind of lonely. Yeah, Peter's living kind of isolated. And look, he's watching Ned's videos again. He clearly misses MJ and Ned. But that moment when he thought MJ was back, when he thought MJ remembered who he was, and he thought he just got back something that he had lost, and it overwhelmed him so much that he completely breaks down. It wasn't until that moment that we as the audience really got to understand a little bit of the scope of his loneliness and the scope of his pain. And again, I just think it's a terrific, terrific scene, Joe. All right, next up. Harsh writes, Tom Holland, Sadie Sink, and John Bernthal, 3 unbelievable performances. They truly brought the best out of each other in this movie. You have me seeing gave me goosebumps. What a great line that was. Perfectly timed too. As they're sitting there in his mind, and she's like, I've got nobody. Like, Peter, you can recover a lot of what you lost. I've got nothing. And just the way he looks at her and says, "You've got me." That was a great moment, man. That was really a great moment. By the way, again, I've pointed this out on the John Campea show, but I'm going to point it out again here. Tom Holland, Sadie Sink, or well, at least not Sadie Sink, but Tom Holland, Zendaya, John Bernthal. Tom Holland, Zendaya, John Bernthal. It is the first time in Hollywood history that the number 1 and number 2 films at the box office star the same 3 people. As Spider-Man obviously comes in at number 1, Odyssey at number 2 made another $51 million, crossed $900 million already, and both films star John Bernthal, Zendaya, Tom Holland. Never happened before in history. This is truly their world right now. We are just living in it. By the way, tomorrow on the John Campea show, we're going to talk about all the historic numbers that happened this weekend, not just with Spider-Man, but also with the Odyssey, and also about both of them together. Little foreshadow here. Spider-Man and Odyssey combined made for the biggest weekend in the history of Hollywood. The biggest overall weekend at the box office ever in Hollywood, with Spider-Man and Odyssey's week 3 combined. We're going to talk more about that, and we'll go into the numbers tomorrow a bit. All right. Next up. Super Saiyan writes, John, watched it twice in Dolby and Screen X. Love the film. John Bernthal was so good and kept the character in a PG-13 as well as possible. So fun. Listen, well, I think one of the questions that a lot of us had, right, going into it was, how do you do Punisher, who we just saw in Punisher One Last Kill? How do you do that Punisher in a moderately family-friendly Spider-Man movie without undermining the nature of Frank's character? And somehow, some way, I think they did it. Like, even like in the beginning scene that's in one of the trailers, when he's like, you mother, and Spider-Man puts the webs on his mouth. Perfect way to handle that. Perfect way. And listen, it was Frank's number 1 option is always shoot whoever it is in the face. That's his, and they kept that. Like, again, it was not an easy task to figure out how to bring Frank into a moderately family-friendly Spider-Man movie and not make him feel like a betrayal of the Frank character. And it wasn't the full-blown Frank, but I think they found a way to balance it really nice, and I thought it felt great. I loved Frank in this movie. I really did. All right. Next up. Abraham Ruiz writes, Peter becoming the Oppenheimer for future MCU mutants with the inhibitors was not on my bingo card. Again, I think that's a major problem. I will not be surprised if it's never brought up again, because otherwise that breaks the MCU. It literally breaks the MCU. All any government official has to do now is mass produce those things, slap them on anybody with powers, and done. It's the same thing I didn't really like about the collars that they used in old X-Men movies. Like, that seems like sorcery and witchcraft, but yeah, I don't think that's ever going to be, I honestly don't think they will ever mention them again. I don't think they will ever be brought up again, but we'll see. All right. Abraham also writes in, your ex may forget you, but your bros are for life. Again, I do not think Ned remembered him. The handshake was one he already did in his regular life. And I think he just put 2 and 2 together that this is the Peter that when MJ called Spider-Man Peter, I think is that moment he put it together. So I don't think it was. Now, again, we may get to Spider-Man 5 and find out they did get all their memories back. Totally fair. Until that happens, though, my guess is, and it's just a fan guess, my guess is no, they did not remember. There was absolutely nothing that indicated that Ned remembered, and no reason, nothing happened to turn off the spell. It was a handshake Ned already does with other people, and he had heard MJ call Spider-Man Peter just the day before, and now he's like, Peter, like he was putting 2 and 2 together. It wasn't him getting his memory back. At least I don't think it was, but we'll find out. All right. Somebody in the live chat is saying, Jean turned off the spell. Jean does not have the power to turn off the spell. Jean is not a mystical being. Jean's to turn off and deactivate the Sorcerer Supreme spell is going to take someone with immense magical power. Jean Grey does not have magical powers. She's a mutant. She's got telepathy. She's got telekinesis. Again, she's a telepath, but she does not have the power to turn off a Doctor Strange spell. So there's that. Anyway. Okay, next up. Sam Fisher writes, part of it feeling like just a simple comic storyline is I love the lived-in world. I love Spidey's relationship with DeWolf, also named Jean, and Frank. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I really also like the relationship with the cop. By the way, a lot of that can find its roots right to that. Who made the Spider? It wasn't Insomniac, was it? Who made the Spider-Man game? Which company made the Spider-Man Sony game? I keep forgetting what it was. I wanted to say Insomniac, but I think I'm wrong about that. No, you guys in the live chat are saying it wasn't. Okay, it wasn't. I thought I was wrong. So it was Insomniac. I think that whole relationship and a lot of the shots and some of the direct dialogue was taken right from the Insomniac game, which I thought was a really nice homage. And yeah, I love the relationship with the cop. I really do. I thought that was really, especially near the end when Peter shows his own personal development by referring to, he learned her kids' names, showing that that's just a great little representation of the fact that he is going to reconnect with his life. And I thought that was really, really good. All right. Next up, Al writes, maybe it's my inner Mineta or Master Roshi, but when Yelena appeared in the pool, my mind was like, not enough skin. I'll tell you what. I freaking loved Yelena in this movie. I loved her. I loved each of her scenes. I love this. I loved Thunderbolts more than most people did. Like, I know to a lot of people, Thunderbolts was good or it was all right. I loved Thunderbolts. I thought Thunderbolts was great. And I've always loved the Yelena character. But her scenes in this movie were just so perfect. Just quick little scenes. And the very fact that she's just in the hot tub, she's in the warm pool, whatever. And like the whole thing about, by the way, have you seen Boss Logic's Big Potatoes sketch that he did as a result? Really good. He goes, like, this sounds like a you thing. You are small potatoes. Avengers, we deal with big potatoes. And then he's asking her about something. She goes, I don't know. This seems like very meager potatoes. And one of my favorite lines in the movie, I'm just happy the sad man has friends. I cracked up at that. I'm just happy the sad man has friends. Loved it. I loved her in this movie. I loved the way they used her. I just thought she was great in that. All right. Next up, we go to Remmer, who writes, just watched Spider-Man and absolutely loved it. I felt like every character had his purpose, and the end, I think, was the right ending for this movie. I agree. I felt like that's why one of the things I said coming out of the movie when I did my out of theater reaction is this is a long movie. And even in other movies that I love, one of my critiques is often, it felt like it could have trimmed about 10 or 15 minutes out of it, been more streamlined, been more punchy, have been more effective, have better pace. But this was a very long movie, and I thought everything had its purpose. Every scene had its purpose. Every scene was properly paced, and there was never any characters just thrown in there for the hell of it. Banner played an important narrative role. Frank played an important narrative role. Jean played her role. The DOD played its role. Ned and MJ played their role. The cop played her role. Like, I just felt like there was no filler in this movie. Not in terms of time, not in terms of scenes, and not in terms of characters. I felt like every character had their purpose and were there for the amount of time that their purpose required and no more. You know what I mean? And it was still very definitively a Spider-Man movie. It was his movie. And yet I just thought they did a great job with that. I really do. All right. Next up, Remmer also right. This is definitely going to enhance Avengers Doomsday. Listen, I've been saying for a few weeks now, the biggest piece of marketing that Avengers Doomsday have is Spider-Man. If Spider-Man isn't very good, it's going to not destroy, but it's going to hinder. It's going to hinder what Avengers, the excitement for Avengers Doomsday, the hype for Avengers Doomsday, and ultimately the results of Avengers Doomsday. But if Spider-Man Brand New Day is great, it's going to inflate all of it. The hype is going to inflate. The anticipation is going to inflate. Its opening weekend is going to inflate. If people love Spider-Man Brand New Day, well, guess what? People loved Spider-Man Brand New Day. And this is going to help Avengers Doomsday a great deal, I think. All right. Rumor also writes, this is definitely is going to go over 300 million. It's a movie for everybody. Well, the estimates are now saying that Spider-Man Brand New Day made $355 million. Only $2 million shy of the record set by Avengers Endgame. But by the time the actual numbers come out on Monday, that may go up and it may break the record. Again, we'll save that for tomorrow and we'll talk about that on tomorrow's show. But it's, as of right now, the estimates is that it had a $355 million opening weekend. All right, next up. Aaron writes, should have been doing this from the start. Why Iron Boy? I mean, listen, I agree. But, and I understand the logic here. When they were bringing yet the third iteration of Spider-Man in just a short number of years into a Marvel Cinematic Universe, and they wanted to start him younger, still in high school, it made sense to create a mentor relationship with Tony Stark to anchor this new Spider-Man to the MCU. And in doing that, I get giving him some Stark tech. I get it. But I also think they should have moved away from that immediately. I don't know why they made Spider-Man Iron Man Jr. Now, some people will say, well, John, in this movie, he still had the HUD and that. Yeah, but really, when you look at the movie, everything that Peter had in his mask is really, I don't have my phone with me, is really just anything anybody can have if they have Gemini. Really, it wasn't doing much more beyond what just Gemini can do. So I really, as somebody who has always hated the Iron Man Jr. aspect of Spider-Man in the MCU, I had no issue with the little AI stuff he had in it because all of us carry that much in our phones anyway. So I really thought it was okay. It certainly wasn't Jarvis, right? It wasn't Jarvis level at all. And so I'm okay with that. All right. Kyle writes, I'm confused. I thought Banner learned how to merge himself with the Hulk, so why did he need the inhibitor to stop the Hulk from coming out? Because at some point off screen, what he decided was he wanted to be a human being again. The solution he had come up with was not that he could transfer back and forth between Hulk form and Banner form. It was he was stuck as Banner and Hulk, hence Professor Hulk, right? So at some point, I think he came up with a way just to suppress the one part of his DNA so he could just be Dr. Banner again, because that's clearly what he wanted to do. Again, all this happened off screen, so there you have it. And while being Professor Hulk may look like it has its advantages, let's be honest, that would be a very difficult way to live in the real world, right? So he figured out a way to just be Banner again. So yeah, to me, I thought that was perfectly fine and made sense to me, at least to me, Kyle. It did. All right, next up, Sam Fesher writes, 1 of 3. I really like Sadie Sink's performance as Jean, but I have a writing concern. Jean is a mainstay X-Man. This movie has a really nice, well, just to correct you, as of right now, she's not anything. There is no X-Men as of right now. Doesn't matter what's in the comics. There is no X-Men right now. Anyway, this movie has a really nice conversation using mind control about consent. I'm happy to be proved wrong, but I worry that although she was looking for her kidnapped sister, her actions in the movie are going to make it hard for the audience to really see her as a hero in the future. No, it's not. Consent might be a deal breaker for some. Not at all. I think the audience is smart enough to know this is a kid who has had no mentoring. She's had no guidance. She has no experience. And she just had her world upended, not once, but twice. I think the audience is more than okay with understanding that this kid who suddenly has all these powers, given no mentorship, no guidance, no instruction, no leadership, and number 1 was rejected by her mother, and then number 2 saw her sister violently taken away from her. I don't think the general audience isn't smart enough to understand that creates some extenuating circumstances. Now, at some point, she's going to come across a Professor Charles Xavier. And Charles Xavier is going to start teaching her about the scope of her power and the responsibilities that it comes along with. So yeah, I really give the audience more credit. I don't think there's anybody in the audience that's going to second guess that. So I think that's going to be something they're going to be able to deal with. Listen, we have no problem with a lot of comic book heroes that, early in their life, I was this, I was doing this and this and this, and then so-and-so found me and turned me around, right? That's a common heroic trope. And we have no problem accepting that. And I don't think the audience will have that problem with Jean as well. Anyway, good observation though, Sam. Christopher writes, Let me rephrase. Like I thought, they did reference the Tobey Spider-Man when Tom's Spider-Man got organic webbing. Also, great twist with what VMAX meant. I agree. That was a good twist. So somebody wrote in, it might have been Christopher, and asked the question a week or so ago, do I think when Peter realized he has organic webbing, if there'll be any reference to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man? And I said at the time, I think there will be. Like, it would just make sense, right? That there would be a reference to it. And sure enough, when he says, Peter too had organic webbing and he was cool, that was perfect. They didn't need any more. They didn't need some memory flashback to the events of Spider-Man No Way Home, of him and Tobey Maguire talking. They didn't need to do any of that. It was just, well, Peter too had organic webbing and he was cool. Perfect. It gave the obvious reference that was needed in the moment and didn't do any more than that. So I thought that was perfectly handled. All right. Next up, Jay Bling writes, not a complaint, but the story definitely paralleled X-Men Days of Future Past. I don't know that I agree with that. And Deadpool 2, also don't know that I agree with that. With the only missing element being time travel. I don't agree. Listen, I think, Jay, if you stretch enough, you can find narrative similarities between most heroic arcs, right? Days of Future Past in this, you can't just say, oh, if you just take out the time travel part. Days of Future Past in this, I find very... I think if there's any similarities, they're reflective similarities, not structural similarities. I think they're reflective similarities, not structural similarities. Now, again, that's just the way it hit you. And if I'm not trying to underplay that. If that's how it hit you, that's how it hit you. But I really didn't have the same experience. I don't think there's I don't think there's a lot of parallels between them that you can't also find paralleled in a million other movies. But that's just my take on it. But that was your experience with it. And you know what? There's probably people watching this, Jay, that probably think the same thing that you do on that. So thank you for sharing your perspective on it. All right. I like the username. Fat from Milk writes, Peter getting blue-balled by Jean and then getting rejected by MJ within a day, and the man somehow hasn't gone depressed, should be his real superpower. You know, I heard so many... listen, I'm not trying to generalize. I'm saying this is just what happened. I'm just telling you what happened. I heard a lot of girls in my audience when MJ goes, I don't love you, going, no. But the thing is, that makes sense. She explained it herself. I don't love you because I don't know you. Like even Jean, when she was possessing MJ, Jean was like, you love this girl so much, and she kind of rolls her eyes and goes, there's nothing of you in here. Like there's literally no reference to you in here at all. She has no recollection of you. No thoughts, no memories, nothing. Nothing is in here. And so that makes total sense that she shouldn't just all of a sudden, especially since she has a boyfriend, she shouldn't just all of a sudden magically be in love with him. She has no memory of him. And I thought it was very good writing, the way she handled that situation. I could totally see why she, her old self, fell in love with you. I could totally see that. And I'm very grateful for that you gave up what you gave up to protect me. But I don't love you because I don't know you. She wasn't being cruel. She wasn't being mean. She was just trying to explain that I don't even know who you are really. I have no relationship with you. And it was painful, and you could feel it hit Peter like a ton of bricks. But from MJ's perspective, it really did make sense. It made logical sense. All right. Next up, Danito writes, you often question how the public would fear mutants while loving heroes. This movie hints at the answer. Great power can make a hero seem monstrous. Well, yeah, but that's true of any of the superheroes. Like the question I've always had about the comics, the way the comics handled mutants was, I've never really thought there was a logical answer as to why the population hates and fears mutants, but they're all okay with all the other superheroes who also have these potentially very dangerous powers. There's a lot of non-mutant villains who have powers, so why is the public in comics often so against mutants, but all totally okay with all the other superheroes? And I that's just one thing I don't think the comics ever handled well. I don't say you have to agree with me. That's just always kind of been my view on that. Because like mutants, the non-mutant superpowered population has your heroes and your villains. Mutants have their heroes and their villains. Whether you were born with that genetic mutation or a radioactive spider bite gave you a genetic mutation. But one you love, the others you hate. And that one I always thought, and I don't think anything just for me, Danito, I don't think anything in this movie kind of addressed that one way or the other. Anyway, that's just me. All right, next up. Andy Newton writes, although I thought there was a lot of predictable moments, every movie has those, so I don't disagree. I really enjoyed it. The execution and the ending was top notch. It also made me so emotional at times, whereas Thunderbolts didn't as much. Oh, dude, I got very emotional in a number of scenes in Thunderbolts. You know what? I actually compare that scene of Peter on the rooftop when he breaks down thinking he got MJ back and you see the depth of his pain. I think there was a similar one to that in Thunderbolts when Yelena is with, what's David Harbour's character's name again? Help me. I don't know. I love this character and I'm freezing on the name. Guys, the name of David Harbour's character in Thunderbolts. Anyway, Red Guardian. Red Guardian is what it is. There's that moment in Thunderbolts that I think gets way overlooked. And it's that moment that she looks at him and says, like, Papa, I'm so alone. And that was a similar thing that happened in Spider-Man Brand New Day. It wasn't until that, like, you got it. Yeah, she's lonely. She doesn't really have much of a life, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't until that moment that she actually reveals it. And I love that moment in Thunderbolts. And that moment with Sentry when she finally breaks through to him and they all just hold him. And I just think, like, you didn't have that same experience that I had, Andy, and I respect that. I'm just letting you know I did have that experience. I thought that was like really powerful stuff and very emotional. I enjoyed it a great deal. I even thought Walmart Captain America had some really good emotional moments. Like when you realize just how messed up that dude's life had become. And he's trying to make something out of it now. I was incredibly moved by it. I loved it a lot. Now, you didn't have the same experience. Totally cool. That's the beautiful thing about the art. But I did myself. Anyway, thanks for sharing that, Andy. All right, next up. Justin Davis writes, I tend to keep a healthy distance between me and my emotions, but at that last scene between Ned and Peter hits me so hard when I think back on it. And here's the great thing. You can't have that scene at the end if you don't first have that scene in the living room with them building Lego together. Right? The scene at the end carries nothing with it if it weren't for that scene in the living room first. They're a beautiful example of reference and callback as a narrative loop that just worked so effectively and so beautifully. Now, again, The more emotional thing to me is Peter getting his friend back, even if his friend still doesn't remember him, but he knows he's now reestablishing that relationship. And that moment, Ned realizes this is Spider-Man standing in front of me. It's just a great scene. It's a beautiful scene. I love it so much. And again, only works because they had that scene that came earlier. Let's see. Justin also writes, am I wrong, or isn't Frank a wanted felon in the MCU? It depends. Should he have been able to hang out so freely in the hospital? Again, it depends. I used to say, back before Fox got bought out by Marvel, that in the Fox lot, there's a big marble wall with the words etched in them, X-Men, continuity, schmontinuity, because they never cared. There were so many things out of continuity that nothing was canon. Nothing was ever canon. Because they would do something in one X-Men movie and the next one totally contradict it. Whatever. At some point we just said, whatever, just give us good movies. And they give us some great ones. They give us some bad ones, but it is what it is. With Frank, I don't even know what they're doing with him anymore. How is he just like, he's even driving around on the street now in a big black van with a giant Punisher logo painted on the hood. Not very incognito. Like, for a guy who's trying to lay low, I sleep in this ship in an old abandoned thing on the edge of the bay. Oh, I'm laying low. Meanwhile, he drives through the street with rocket launchers in this big van with a giant Punisher logo painted on his hood. Are the police, and he's even walking around police at the end. Like, so are the police looking for him or not? Is he a wanted guy? Is he not wanted anymore? Who knows? Who knows? But I opted not to worry about that and just enjoy the movie they're giving me and assume that off camera there's some explanation for it. That's what I went for at any rate. All right. Next up. Ambivalo writes, I love when Frank donned the Spidey. Oh, me too, man. I love when Frank donned the Spidey gloves and mask to allow Peter to escape the hospital. The grunting was a hilarious touch. Do you think this was too out of character for Frank? No, actually, you know what? I thought it was right in line for character with Frank. Because I think if Frank was going to do something like that, that's exactly how he would do it. Right? He's got this idea. Okay, kid, you're going to slip out. And no one's going to notice because they're going to think you're still in the room. I'll put on your mask and gloves. Now, that's a perfectly sound, logical plan for Frank to come up with. And to me, if Frank was going to do that, I have a feeling that's exactly how Frank would act in doing it. Right? I just feel like that's exactly what he would do in that specific set of circumstances. So yeah, for me, I didn't think that was out of character for Frank at all. I think it fit. All right. Next up, Ambiv also writes in again, says the fight sequence with the hand was excellent. Oh, I loved it. Loved it. Overall, though, I found their implementation in the film odd, particularly their partnership with Damage Control. What did you think of the hand? I liked it. And you know what? I think they explained the relationship with the hand quite easily. I think them running into each other in the halls of the Department of Defense and Spider-Man's like, what are they doing here? And he just explains, we've turned them from a threat into an asset. And I thought, you know what? That makes perfect logical sense. He said they were directionless, they were leaderless, and we worked with them. And now we think we can make them an asset to help instead of hurt. I was fine with it from that point on. I mean, it's not like that's the first time in any comic book material we've seen them do that, right? I mean, the Suicide Squad's an example of that. I mean, a little more extreme, but it's an example of that. That we're going to take somebody who we were working against and we are going to convert them into an asset to work for our purposes. It's not an unheard of thing. And I thought it worked perfectly fine. Because you did, narratively speaking, you needed another level of enemy that would have to pose an obstacle to Peter in a physical sense, like a physical obstacle to Peter. And I thought the implementation of the hand, by the way, one of the most Spider-Man lines ever is in that fight when like the ninjas are doing the big jump in the air and it just pauses for a second. Spider-Man goes, "That's so cool." Like that is the most Peter Parker thing, the most Spider-Man thing to Spider-Man say in that moment. That was a great like, "That's so cool." I thought that was really good. All right. Next up, Mr. No Eyebrows writes, theory, similar spell made everyone forget mutants. I mean, theoretically possible, but if Jean is this age, then what I think they're doing is that the proliferation of mutation is only really now starting to happen. Again, I think they'll say there was one, outlier with En Sabanor a couple thousand years ago. And then maybe a couple here and there were born in the passing centuries. And then maybe about 2 decades ago, a couple started to be born. Hence you get the generation of mutants of like Charles Xavier, Magneto, Sebastian Shaw, things like that. But now in Jean Grey, who's very young, Jean Grey, Kamala Khan, Scott Summers, whatever. I think now this generation, we're seeing mutation is proliferating. And I think, again, I'm just guessing. I'm not basing this on anything. I could be totally wrong and I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. But my guess is the way Kevin Feige's decided to handle this is to say mutation is only now really becoming a thing. And is only really now starting to manifest. And Jean is amongst the first of the new generation that mutation is starting to proliferate. I'm guessing that's the way they do it. Again, could be totally wrong, but we'll see. All right, next up. Sam Fisher writes, so that inhibitor tech that Spidey invented is definitely coming back, right? It really shouldn't because it's stupid. Inhibitor tech is such a massive recurring X-Men plot point. Again, that's why I think it was really such an idiot thing for them to do in this movie. Now look, if they had said that this inhibitor technology is something Dr. Banner had been working on for the last 10 years, who is far smarter than Peter. Dr. Banner is smarter than Peter. And then he gives a prototype to Peter. And then over the course of 6 months to a year, Peter is able to make a minor change in that inhibitor to have a broader application. I think I could have lived with that. But this whole idea is, oh, Dr. Banner, you have an inhibitor. That gives me an idea. Do you think I could do this? I guess maybe it's possible. Cool. I'll just go back to my 3D printer. There we go. Turn off all powers device. Whether you're a mutant, bit by a spider, affected by gamma radiation, given a super soldier serum, exposed to molten lava from whatever. Turn off all powers in 5 minutes. Stupid. Absolutely stupid that they did that. So yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. So you take that major of a leap for something that's just, I just came up with this thing that turns off superpowers, whether you're a mutant or not. It's just so dumb. So dumb. So my guess is, Sam, is that they never mention it again. Somebody's saying, Peter is a genius, John. I know Peter's a genius, but he's not Dr. Banner's genius. He's not Tony Stark level genius. He's not Black Panther's sister level genius. He's not Reed Richards' genius. He's extremely smart, but he's not the smartest guy on the planet. The comics never even try to suggest that he's like one of the top 15 smartest people on the planet. Like, he's a genius. He's super smart, but he's not that. He's not that. And so, and even if they didn't have Dr. Banner sit down and come up with in 5 minutes, right? They're like, Banner coming up with his own inhibitor that only worked on him took him years to create. So anyway, yeah. All right, next up. Stephen Love writes, I'm going to start calling Peter Dr. Peter Oppenheimer, unintentionally creating a device that the government can now use to control mutants. Again, I don't think this is ever coming back up. I really don't. Because if Peter could make it in his apartment with a 3D printer and whatever, the government could make 5 million of them in 10 minutes. And I just don't. I just don't think they're ever going to mention it again. I might be wrong. I'm not dying on that hill. I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm just saying, me as an individual fan having theories like everybody else, I don't think they're ever going to mention it again. All right. Suthius writes, "Hey, Mr. C. So with the whole damage control angle of the MCU and with Peter's tiny inhibitors that affect DNA, does this all lead to the mutant saga? Again, I don't think so. I think this is something that, again, they just abandoned very quickly. I think they abandoned it very quickly. Almost as fast as Star Wars abandoned midichlorians after the garbage prequels. I think this will be forgotten and never brought up again. That's again, I'm just fan theorizing. I could be totally wrong and I won't lose any sleep over it if I am. It's just guessing. But my guess is they're never going to bring this up again. All right, next up. Hamnet writes, "Will Spider-Man make more in its opening weekend worldwide than Dune 3's total box office worldwide? What about Spider-Man total versus Doomsday total?" Again, I think Doomsday makes more money. But listen, Spider-Man just made like 900 something million. And I think that's the target for Dune 3. So it is very possible that Dune 3 could be an amazing smash hit and Spider-Man Brand New Day still makes more money on its opening weekend worldwide than Dune does in its entire theatrical run. And that's with Dune 3 being the biggest of all the Dune movies and being a certified global smash at, say, $915 million. Spider-Man Brand New Day, I think it's very reasonable to think there's a decent chance its opening weekend worldwide will make more than Dune 3's. Now, Dune 3 will be the better movie. I have very little doubt about that. Maybe it won't be. I haven't seen it yet, but I have very little doubt that Dune 3 will be the better movie. But as far as pure money making, yeah, there's a very good shot that Spider-Man Brand New Day makes more in its opening weekend than Dune does in its whole worldwide run. All right. Let's see. Next up, Steven writes, "Hey, John, Sadie Sink was great. She was. But Jean Grey's redemption didn't work for me. Her sister's kidnapping explained her motive, not her actions. After everything she's done, the forgiveness felt unearned." I disagree. I think you also have to understand the context of the character. Jean was the victim, right? Like what Spider-Man ultimately realized was that Jean was the victim in this scenario. But there's more to the context than just that. Jean is a child. She's a kid. She's a kid who has nothing in this world, doesn't even have parents guiding her. She lost her family and then watched her sister violently taken from her and has desperately been on a hunt to find the people responsible and to get her sister back. A kid who doesn't even understand her own powers yet, doesn't have a firm moral compass yet. Like all these things you have to keep into consideration. I don't know that a forgiveness arc is even necessary in a situation like this. Like, does she have to come to terms with, hey, there are things she did that she shouldn't have done? Yes, absolutely. But I mean, at the same time, Peter nearly killed a cop in this movie. We're not talking about Peter needing redemption. Peter Peter just got lucky he didn't kill that cop. Peter's actions, but we go, okay, yeah, but John, you got to understand the circumstances. You know, Peter's been going through these changes. He doesn't quite know how to control that yet. His rage got the better of him. That's not what he would do under normal circumstances. And I agree. I 100% agree. But why isn't that automatically then applied to Jean as well? Again, there are things that she did that she's going to have to come to terms with. 100%. 100%. But this is a girl who does not even know the scope of her powers, yet fully how to control them. She's a girl who had her family reject her. She's a girl who saw her sister violently torn away from her. And again, she is a kid. She's a kid who's doing nothing but trying to get her family back that was violently taken from her. to me, these are what the definition of mitigating circumstances are. Much like Spider-Man nearly killing that cop, there were mitigating circumstances. There were mitigating circumstances. So, yeah, I never once, watching the movie twice, I never once felt like some big redemption thing was needed for her, so much as somebody needed to understand what was going on with her to understand why everything was happening. So I think a lot of people aren't taking into consideration the full scope of the circumstances of this character. Again, that does not mean that I don't think she's going to need to cope with some of her actions, but we've seen lots of hero characters go through that, right? So anyway, that's the thing to me. All right. Next up, Christopher Brickner writes, this was such a dick move Jean Grey did to Peter. Yeah, but remember, to this kid, Peter was standing in the way and trying to prevent her from getting her sister back. Like, in Jean's perspective, Spider-Man's the villain. Spider-Man is working with, from her perspective as a kid who doesn't know all the lore of Spider-Man like we do, from her perspective, Spider-Man is working with and helping a vile, dark, evil organization that violently ripped her sister away from her and kidnapped her sister. And she believes keeping her sister hostage and prisoner and maybe torturing. From Jean's perspective, Spider-Man is a villain for standing with the vile bad guys and trying to stop her from getting her sister back. Like, everybody's very quick to pass over and forgive Tony Stark when he found out that it was Winter Soldier, that it was Bucky who killed his parents. Tony didn't stop to consider, well, wait a minute. That wasn't Bucky's fault. Bucky had no control. He was being mind controlled at the time. And Tony knew that. He was mind controlled at this time. That was not Bucky's choice. That was not Bucky's decision. That was not Bucky's actions. His physical body did it, but it wasn't, Bucky was a victim. And everybody's just totally okay with Tony Stark then trying to kill Bucky. Well, wait a minute. None of that was Bucky's fault. But as Tony says, I don't care. And he's just trying to kill Bucky. So like everybody's very, very quick to give Tony a pass on that. But we got to apply that same logic, I think, to Jean. And anyway, I think we got to apply that same logic to Jean. But yes, in the moment, it was totally a dick move. But I'm sure in Jean's mind, a kid, totally justified though. Totally justified dick move, but it was a dick move. All right. Sebastian writes, why made this open bigger than No Way Home? I loved it, but felt more hype around No Way Home. Maybe the success of No Way Home / craving an event, beating Avengers would be cool. I mean, listen, I am on record that I did not think this movie would open as big as No Way Home did. I'm on record. I've said that for a long time. Now, in the last week or so, I've had to start to question my thoughts on that. But yeah, I'm like a lot of people. I thought it's going to open big and huge, but it doesn't have the same hype factor surrounding it as No Way Home did. And I myself have said over the past year or so, I don't see it opening as big as No Way Home. I think it'll be huge. I think it'll be massively successful, but I don't think it'll be as big as No Way Home. Well, I was clearly wrong about that, right? So whether it's just everybody waiting for, by the way, I know there are going to be people that argue with me about this, but I 100% believe this, and I'll debate anybody about this. I think the quality of things like Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, Wonder Man, I think all these things have helped Spider-Man. I think the last number, I mean, Captain America 4 notwithstanding, but like Guardians of the Galaxy 3, Thunderbolts, like we've seen the quality in Marvel starting to return over the past couple of years. We finally started to see the quality of Marvel starting to return. And I think all of that then culminating in the biggest, most popular character they have, Spider-Man, returning, I think that probably all just popped. I think it just made for a massive, massive pop. Oh yeah. Also, not to mention, as the MBT points out, Deadpool and Wolverine. So like you had Deadpool and Wolverine, massive hit with the audience, with the critics, at the box office. Thunderbolts was super high quality. I don't think Fantastic Four was as good as Thunderbolts or Deadpool and Wolverine, but I thought it was quite good. And then Wonder Man was fantastic. I think all those contributed to this, but yeah, I'm just being honest. I mean, yeah, the last week or so, I think all of us have started to realize this is going to be bigger than we thought. But for like a year, I didn't think it would open as big as No Way Home. And here we are. I've never been more happy to be wrong. All right. Next up, Sebastian also writes, is Destin's skill kinetic shots, 10 rings, swinging? I mean, listen, he's got great vision. I think Destin might be the best director they have working with them right now. I mean, listen, and I thought that after Wonder Man. Because I think Shang-Chi is woefully underappreciated. That movie is, I think, peak Marvel. I think Shang-Chi is peak Marvel. I'm not saying the best movie they have, not at all, but I think it's top 5 best Marvel movie. I think it's great. And what Destin did with that movie is incredible. Then he does Wonder Man and does it totally differently and tells this incredibly satisfying story that I just loved. He might be the best guy they've got. Like him and Ryan Coogler, I think might be the 2 best guys they've got in house right now. Now, obviously the Russos, I mean, when you put them on an Avengers level stuff and they're working with Kevin Feige, magic can happen. And I think we will get some great magic in Avengers Doomsday. But I mean, just as a solo director, I think Destin and Ryan Coogler are the 2 most valuable things they've got in-house at Marvel right now. I really do. Especially coming off of Superman, or coming off of Spider-Man, I mean. All right, next up. Calvin Lander writes, I wonder why they cut the classroom vaccination, and how do you know I'm blushing? I'm wearing a mask scenes. Would have wanted to seen Claire too. I have no idea what we're talking about. Maybe I should know. Sorry, Calvin. I don't know what it is we're referring to, so I can't answer. Anyway, Calvin then writes, also read somewhere that Sony doesn't want Spider-Man to visit MCU locations too much to avoid in-universe location conflicts. Hence the pool scene instead of him visiting the new Avengers Tower. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. If anything, Sony loves integrating Spider-Man more and more into the MCU. Listen, if that was actually a problem, they wouldn't have wanted Punisher to be in the movie. If that was their motivation, they wouldn't have wanted Hulk to be in the movie. If that was their motivation, they wouldn't have wanted Yelena to be in the movie, right? I don't agree. I don't think that's a real thing at all. If anything, Sony wants people to associate the MCU with their Spider-Man stuff, right? So I would think it's the absolute opposite. So yeah, I don't think that's the case at all. I don't know where you read that. I haven't read that report myself, but I wouldn't believe it. It just doesn't seem to be, it's just not consistent with everything else we've seen them do so far, Calvin. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, Claire, you're talking about Night Nurse, right? When you say Claire, you're talking about Rosario Dawson. Okay. Now I put 2 and 2 together. Would I have liked to have seen, listen, you know me, I gaga over Rosario Dawson like crazy. But did she need to be in there? I'd say no. And if her presence didn't feel absolutely necessary to the story, like Banner's did, like Frank's did, if her character didn't feel absolutely necessary to story, don't keep her in, cut her out. That's not saying we don't like her. Obviously we do, but you have to serve the story first. You have to serve the movie first. And I'm totally okay that they cut her out because I never felt like it needed anything else. All right. Next up, Animesh writes, love the character beats, which cretin is a master of, like Frank wearing the mask to let Peter escape, and especially the handshake at the end. there's just, they often say the devil is in the details. And whether it's little things like MJ still having the necklace that she had, or little things like Ned's handshake, or little things like Empire playing in the background, little things like, it's just, the whole movie is so propped up and amplified by details, right? These small, we talked a little while ago about the whole roundabout, the narrative callback to the apartment scene with Ned in the cafe at the end. It's just in the details. And I think that you're right. Destin is great at that. And it worked beautifully, Animesh. I agree with you 100%. All right. Animesh also writes, something less talked about is how effortless and charming Peter's chemistry is with every other character in all of the MCU, even outside of MJ and Ned. And that is something that they really nail, I think, with the Tom Holland Spider-Man. I just think they get Peter. And, I think every other iteration of Spider-Man is really nailed. I think Andrew's Peter was great at that. I think Tobey's Peter was great at that. And they certainly works with Tom Holland's. Spider-Man, Peter Parker is such a charming, fun, whimsical guy, even with the amount of pain and whatever that he has, that everybody just likes him. And he's able to do that with everybody. And I think that is one aspect of his character, and they get all of his aspects right, but I think that's one aspect of his character that they really, really do well. All right, next up, Animesh also writes, 1 of 2. What do you say about people judging the movie majorly based on expectations? For example, The Hand and Punisher in this movie, they might not have been what we would expect anyone to do, but it worked completely in service of the movie, and in my opinion, even made parts of it better. Oh no, they were used great. The Hand was used great. Frank was used great. If you went into this movie thinking that this movie was going to be a Spider-Man and the Punisher movie, that's your fault. If you went into this movie thinking this movie was going to be Spider-Man versus the Hand, the movie, that's your fault. I've been saying this for a couple of years, and I should even make a t-shirt that says it at this point. And many of you guys know what I'm about to say. As film fans, it is the most fun thing to come up with expectations or speculation. It's the most fun thing to speculate about what this could mean and what that could mean and whatever. It's totally fun to do that. But the important part of doing that is, and here's the part you'd have to put on a t-shirt, you cannot let your speculation become expectation. The moment you let or if I do it or whatever, but the moment you let your speculation become your expectation, that's on you. That's on you and on nobody else. If you went into this movie like guessing that maybe Frank is going to play this big, huge role in the movie, that's fine, as long as you leave that at the door when you go into the movie and then just let the movie happen the way it is and then judge it on its own merits. But the moment you let your speculation become, I expect this movie to be this, and now if it doesn't do what I expect, I don't like it. That's on you. That's a you problem. That is a small potatoes problem. That's a you problem, right? And I've been guilty of it. We've all been guilty of it from time to time, but that's why we as fans always need to understand, totally fun to speculate and nothing wrong with speculating. But the moment you let your speculation become expectation, that's on you. That's then your problem. So that's the way I kind of see that. All right. Next up, Animesh also writes, and again, 1 of 2. I heard Gene wouldn't do things like that. You don't know Gene. You don't know Gene as a young teenage kid. You don't know this Jean Grey, who's just been rejected by her family, absolutely no guidance in life, and just had her sister violently taken away from her. You don't know shit about this Jean. We know what she becomes, but we're at the beginning of her journey to becoming the person that we do know, right? And everybody's got to remember that. Anyway, I've heard Jean wouldn't do things like that, or doing that would make Jean irredeemable. Nonsense. But that's the whole point. Peter saving Jean's soul, and Peter never says that Jean shouldn't be punished. He himself hands her over to the DODC. Even at the end, it's not implied that Jean was innocent. Frank only feels bad because Peter ends up getting shot. he wouldn't bat an eye, even if it was Jean. Yeah, I mean, you have to understand, Frank feels terrible. He nearly killed Spider-Man. Frank let Jean walk because Jean saved Spider-Man's life. Jean even let the guy who kidnapped her sister get away. Think about that. Think about that. Jean let the man who murdered her sister get away because she chose to pour all of her attention into keeping Spider-Man alive. I'm going to say that again because some of y'all didn't hear it. Jean let the man who murdered her sister and was going to murder her walk because she chose to keep all of her power and attention focused on keeping Spider-Man alive. That's why Frank let her walk. That's why Frank let her walk. Peter's act of kindness, Peter's act of empathy to Jean influenced her so much and changed her so much. By the way, that's what empathy and kindness does, folks. I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I don't give a shit. All these fake Christians running around that thinking that the way you redeem the world is by controlling people's lives and telling people what they can and cannot do and can and cannot be and can and cannot think and make you being able to do this illegal and make that be what you're able to do illegal. Those aren't real Christians. Those are Pharisees. Those are fake Christians. They bastardize the Christian faith to fit their own political agenda. What the real Christian idea is if you follow the teachings of Jesus, was you show the world what real love looks like, and that will draw people in like a light on the hill. Right? Anyway, didn't mean to go into my preacher sermon mode there, but what Peter did, empathy and kindness, changed Jean. Because 5 minutes before that, she was going to kill the guy that murdered her sister. And understandably so. Understandably so. I think we can all relate with where Jean was at in that moment. Because not only did he kill her sister, he was going to do the same thing to her. But Peter's kindness and empathy fundamentally changed something in her. To the point that she let that guy get away to keep Spider-Man alive. It should be noted, Peter didn't let her get away. Peter didn't let her walk. He was in a coma. Frank let her walk. Because I think Frank recognized what was going on. And yeah, anyway. There's that. Okay. Next up, we're going to take this and then we're going to take a short break because we've been going for an hour and 45 minutes. I have no co-host, so I've been speaking straight. I need to use the bathroom and I need to refill my drink. So we're going to take a brief moment. We're going to take a brief break here and say, sorry. I almost missed Mike Farino. Mike Farino sends in a $50 super chat. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that, dude. That's incredibly generous of you. Anyway, let's get to what Mike had to say. Mike writes, I have now watched it 3 times and I think it got better every time. I've seen it twice and I absolutely think it was even better on my second screening. I started off with it behind Spider-Man 2, but I think it's ahead now. Been a few years since I last watched Spider-Man 2 though, so might need a rewatch. Love the Lego scene with Ned, felt right. Again, Mike preaching to the choir. That was my favorite scene of the movie. That was my absolute favorite scene of the movie. So I'm totally with you on that. Now, I still, again, you need to ask me again in 3 or 4 months. I'm not the one, I don't like to put things on all-time lists and whatever when I just watched it. I need weeks and months to marinate on it, to really think about where I would rank it and things like that. My first thought, even after 2 screenings, is I still think Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2 is still the best live-action Spider-Man movie. I think that is... I mean, there are a lot of circles in the comic book movie circles. There are a lot of people in the comic book movie circles who will still make an argument that Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2 may be the best comic book movie ever made. I don't think that, but there are people out there who will still make that argument and make a good argument. But I do still think it's the best live action Spider-Man movie. I think the animated Spider-Verse movies are even better, but whatever. So those are my 3 favorite Spider-Man movies, but maybe I'll have a different opinion in a few months. But I am with you that the seconds, it gets better. And I'm anticipating when I watch it a third time, I'll probably like it even more. But it is a great scene. And again, I cannot go on and on enough about that Lego building scene with Ned. To me, it's the best scene in the movie. I absolutely loved it. I think it's one of the best scenes in the MCU. And I'm glad you liked it and appreciated it, Mike, as much as I did. Again, Mike, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Incredibly generous of you. Appreciate that very much. And thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. All right. Last question we're going to take before we take a short break here, guys. But Suthius writes, just saw that it made $168 million for Friday alone. Yep. And as of right now, the box office estimates have now come out. They are saying right now that Spider-Man Brand New Day made $355 million on its opening weekend. That, if I'm not remembering wrong, that I believe puts it $2 million short of Avengers Endgame. I think Avengers Endgame was 257. 257. Now, when the Monday actuals come out, it might be even higher. It might beat Avengers Endgame. We will see. All right, guys. We're going to come back here in a minute and pick up with Christopher Brickner. But first, I've been talking for getting close to 2 hours now straight. It's time for me to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to run and use the bathroom. I'm going to refill my drink. I'm going to let you guys talk amongst yourselves for just a couple of minutes. And then I will be right back and we will pick up with more of our Spider-Man Brand New Day open spoiler discussion. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back. All right, guys, and we are back. Thank you so much as I took a moment there to go refresh myself and top up my drink, and hopefully you guys had a chance to grab something to eat and talk amongst yourselves as well. So let's get back into it here, shall we? We're going to pick things up here with Christopher Brickner, who writes, weekend estimates right now are $355 million. Will Spider-Man pass Avengers Endgame's opening weekend when the final numbers come out on Monday, John? It's possible. Like, the Sunday estimates are usually 100% bang on the money. Oppenheimer, though, their numbers did go up from the Sunday estimates to the Monday actuals. It went up a couple of million. Listen, it only needs to go up 2 million more to tie and then exceed Avengers Endgame. So we'll find out tomorrow. You know, we're going to talk about a lot on the show tomorrow. Either way, it's an amazing achievement, but it might even pass Endgame. We'll find out. All right. And Mander writes, less than a week ago, we were looking at this movie possibly making 250. When the actual numbers come out tomorrow afternoon, it might set a new record. Good times and a great movie. And listen, it's, again, I keep looking around for this comic book movie fatigue everybody keeps talking about. And I remember I had this conversation with somebody online. They said, well, John, Spider-Man's an exception. I'm like, so you're saying Avengers Doomsday won't make any movie? And they said, well, okay, well, you know, Avengers is an exception too. I said, man, Guardians 3 made a lot of money. Well, yeah, but that's Guardians. That's an exception. Deadpool and Wolverine made more money than any Deadpool movie before. Twice as much almost. Well, Deadpool's an exception. Well, you know, Superman came out and made more money than the 7 previous DCEU movies, like, for years. Well, Superman's an exception. I'm like, at what point do you see, once you start listing off a huge laundry list of exceptions, it's not an exception anymore. It's not an exception anymore. I've said this before. I've been saying it for years. I will continue to say it. The public did not get comic book movie fatigue. They got mediocrity fatigue, because it is not a coincidence. Everybody thinks it's some magical coincidence that the same time that the quality, the overall quality in general in comic book movies was going downhill, that's also when the box office returns started to go down. Oh, it's just a coincidence. After 20 years, they just happened to happen at the same time. No connection at all. Totally magical fairy dust coincidence. Sure, you believe that if you want. But it is, as Vision would say, causality. The overall quality of the product was going down, and so the box office returns started going down. Once the overall quality starts going back up, the box office starts going back up. It's not rocket science. And guess what? If Doomsday comes out and sucks, we're going to see that affect Secret Wars, right? If Doomsday is great, it doesn't have to be the greatest comic book film of all time, but let's say it's like Guardians of the Galaxy 3 great. If Avengers Doomsday is great, you're going to see some hella numbers on Avengers Secret Wars. It's not rocket science. I'm not some genius. I'm just a average to low intellect moron who can see what's clearly in front of them. When quality goes down, returns go down. As quality starts to come back up, returns start to go back up. That tells us it is not the genre that the audience is tired of. They were just tired of keep going out to it and getting poor returns. And once we start getting something exciting and something entertaining and great, they will definitely come rushing back to it, to record-setting numbers. So anyway, there's that. All right. Next up. Christopher Brickner writes, despite both franchises having rough patches since 2019, unlike Star Wars, Marvel was able to quickly recapture the pop cultural zeitgeist. Yes. Now, a part of that, though, I think part of the reason why Marvel was able to turn it around as quickly, I mean, yes, it took years, but still as quickly as they did, was because Marvel had a long, 15-year-long, insanely good track record. Right? Like for 15 years, with the exception of maybe Iron Man 2 and Thor 2, The Dark World, up between Iron Man and Endgame, It was just hit after hit after hit after hit after hit after hit after entertaining experience after entertaining experience after great movie going time after great movie going time. It was just win, 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 win. So when you go into a bit of a slump like Marvel did for a number of years, let's be honest, they did, then it's not as difficult to get the audience back on board because you have a long track record of success. Star Wars is a little more challenging because after the original trilogy, you had the garbage prequels. And then in the Disney era, they've been hit and miss. Like some things have been spectacular. Rogue One, The Force Awakens, Andor, Mandalorian seasons 1 and 2, Skeleton Crew. Yeah, but you also had The Rise of Skywalker, and you had The Acolyte, and you had The Book of Boba Fett, and you had The Mandalorian and Grogu, and you had. I mean, at best, to be kind, you had the utter car wreck disaster that was the garbage prequels. And to be kind, since then, it's been the definition of hit and miss. More miss than hit, to be honest. So it hasn't been, you haven't had that solid track record of success in 3 decades. It's been 40 years since you've had that strong. So you don't have that to fall back on like Marvel does. So for Marvel, it's not as daunting of a task to get everybody back on board because we all remember how great it can be. Everybody, because it was just a few years ago that everything was great until it kind of all fell off. With Star Wars, it's a taller hill to climb. It's a taller hill to climb for sure. All right, Novocaine writes, after seeing Spider-Man's opening, do you believe even more now that Dune and Doomsday releasing together could create logistical issues? Number one, I've always believed it'll create logistical issues. There's no doubt about that. Theaters are not ready for the crowds they're going to get on Doomsday. Thursday, December 17th, my friends. Movie theaters are simply not prepared for Doomsday. It is absolutely going to run into issues. They're literally going to run out of popcorn. They're literally going to run out of sodas. They're literally going to run out of candies. They are absolutely going to have issues. It's a great problem to have, but a problem nonetheless. Yeah. And now with the success of Spider-Man, that's only going to help ticket sales for Doomsday. By the way, Doomsday already sold more pre-advanced tickets than Spider-Man did. And now with the quality of Spider-Man, everybody's just going to be even more excited for the next installment of the MCU, especially with it being an Avengers movie. And oh my God, if they ever put out that trailer that they showed at Comic-Con, some of you guys have seen it. If they ever put out that trailer they showed at Comic-Con, advanced ticket sales are going to become a joke. It's going to become a joke. They're literally going to crash every movie ticketing website. Just like that, if they put out that new trailer. But, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yes, there will be logistical issues, no doubt. They'll love to have them, but it'll be a problem nonetheless. All right, Christopher writes, I like the subtle reference to the Defenders series. Metziger mentions the Hand were leaderless, likely refers to the Defenders killing their leaders. Maybe. No, let's be honest, nobody watched the Defenders. And I say that as somebody who liked the Defenders. Nobody watched it. Actually, a lot fewer people watch. I think we're now learning a lot fewer people even watch Daredevil than we think watched it. And I don't know that anybody watched Defenders, but is it possible that was a callback to some stuff that happened in Defenders? It's possible. I don't know that it's an absolute, but it's possible they did. It's possible they did. All right. Next up, Christopher also writes, Spider-Man Brand New Day has made over $927 million worldwide this weekend, over quadrupling its $225 million budget. Think about that. Do you think it will pass $2 billion? Oh, listen, the last month or so, I have started to accept the fact that Spider-Man could maybe hit 2 billion. But for the better part of the last year, I didn't think so. I said it's going to be well over 1 billion, going to be a huge hit. Don't see it getting to 2 billion. In the last month or so, I've had to agree and say on the show that, yeah, it's 2 billion's possible. I didn't say likely. I said possible. It's a foregone conclusion. It's not just a foregone conclusion because it made $927 million on its opening weekend. It's also a foregone conclusion because of how good the movie is. This is a movie that people are going to go back and watch 3, 4, 5 times. This is a movie that is, when people go back to watch it, they are going to drag other friends of theirs who haven't seen it yet, whether they're comic book movie fans or not, and say, you got to come with us to go. Just shut up. Cancel your plans on Thursday. You're coming with us to see Spider-Man. Like, even if it didn't have $927 million as an opening weekend, I would still say today, after seeing how good the movie is, it's going to make $2 billion. It's the best of the Disney era Spider-Man movies. This is thing. It has high rewatchability. And it's the kind of movie that friends are going to evangelize and start bringing their other friends out to. So yes, I have to concede this movie, I say pretty easily is going to hit the 2 billion mark. Pretty easily hit the 2 billion. Put it into perspective. Let's put this into perspective here. Okay. This weekend, Oppenheimer made a ludicrous $51 million on its third weekend. And by the way, guys, you want to know how crazy that is? It did it when Spider-Man opened. I thought the Odyssey ticket sales would drop like a rock once Spider-Man opened because everybody's going to see Spider-Man. Guess what? Spider-Man opened to $355 million and Odyssey on its third weekend still made $51 million. That is insane. Anyway, this weekend, the Odyssey crossed the $900 million mark, becoming the fastest movie this year to hit $900 million. The next fastest movie to hit $900 million was the Mario Galaxy movie, and Oppenheimer beat it by 8 days. By 8 days, it beat it. It took the Odyssey 19 days, just 19 days, to cross $900 million. Spider-Man just did it in a weekend. Spider-Man just did it in a weekend. Stark made his in a cave from a pile of scraps. Spider-Man did it in a weekend. A weekend. It's crazy. I keep saying Oppenheimer instead of Odyssey. You know what I mean. It's nuts. So Odyssey is easily going to hit $1 billion. And just again, while all of our attention right now is going to be on Spider-Man, rightfully so, the combination of Spider-Man this weekend and Odyssey this weekend just made this weekend the biggest weekend at the box office in the history of the movie industry. Odyssey and Spider-Man this weekend have just combined to make the biggest weekend box office in the history of the movie industry. John Bernthal, Tom Holland, and Zendaya are living high on life because they star in all three of them. All right. Let's go on here. Next up, Mike Vetter. We're going to talk a lot about this on the John Campea show tomorrow. Make sure you guys join us for that. If Jean was able to get the entire Peter MJ love story through MJ's mind, she didn't. I don't know why you're suggesting she didn't. Mind, that tells me those memories are still there somewhere. There's still hope. No. Nope. Jean just put it together. Spider-Man clearly loves this girl. Spider-Man gets desperately, he's desperate to protect this girl, and he gets upright angry. Like, you're never going to get near her. Like, he's upright angry. She just puts 2 and 2 together. And remember, she also read Peter's letter. She read Peter's letter. She broke into Peter's apartment and read the letter. So she knows. She knows Peter loves her. Loves her. So let me walk you through it here. Jean knows all about Peter's love of MJ and their history because of the letter. So when she's inhabiting MJ, two things happen. She starts asking Peter questions like, okay, so did we know each other? Did we go to school together? Like, she's legitimately asking questions, but she already knows Peter loves MJ. And then Jean, and there's no reason for her to lie, Jean goes, hey, it's kind of sad. There's absolutely nothing of you up here in her head. There is nothing up here in you, in her head. So no, her memories are not still there. The memories are gone. They did not come back. They're gone. But through a process of seeing how adamant Peter is to protect her, having read Peter's letters, she knows she's desperately in love with him, and only put together the fact that they must have known each other prior to whatever this magical incident in his letter was obviously affected. So that's what happened there, Mike. All right. Next up, it's Dre Day, writes, the movie was such an incredible cinematic experience, and John, please don't retire. The game needs your fair, balanced perspective. You're unreplaceable. Well, I think I am replaceable, but thank you so much. That is very kind to say, and I always appreciate hearing stuff like that. So thank you so much. And you're right. It's just, there's nothing better, guys, than just walking into a movie and being so entertained. It is one of the most pure joys in life to me. Walking into a movie theater, the lights go down, and having just a pure entertaining experience. And Spider-Man delivers. Spider-Man Brand New Day delivers in spades, and I just loved it. So thank you for that, Dre, and thank you for the kind words, man. I appreciate that. All right, next up. Tim writes, congrats to Marvel for finally giving me a villain I truly despise. That rooftop scene is one of the most intentionally cruel things done. I hope Jean pays for that severely. Again, I agree. Incredibly cruel, incredibly mean, but Jean was trying to do, there was something very important Jean was trying to convey. Number one, I mentioned this earlier. In Jean's eyes, remember, look at this situation through Jean's perspective. Jean but Jean witnessed a violent kidnapping of her sister being ripped away from her and kidnapped by this evil, vile organization. Now she sees this Spider-Man guy working for and defending this vile, evil corporation, getting in the way of Jean's efforts to try to find and rescue her sister. In Jean's eyes, as a kid, in Jean's eyes, Spider-Man's a bad guy. Spider-Man is a bad guy working for bad people. Now, I think she starts to put together that Spider-Man's not a bad guy. But that doesn't change the fact that he is intentionally trying to stop her from getting her sister back, and that he is working for bad guys. That's her perspective. Now, in all of that, I also think Jean was trying to send him a message. I can get to her anytime I want. I can get to her anytime I want. And I need to make you feel this. And like, to me, it wasn't just about getting MJ. It was about sending a message to Spider-Man. She could have killed MJ if she wanted to, easily, simply could have killed MJ. No worries, no problems, no fuss, no muss, barely an inconvenience. But she didn't. She just wanted to send Spider-Man a clear, emotionally punch him in the balls message. I can get to her or anyone anytime I want. You have to understand this. You think you can keep her from me. You think you can protect her. You cannot. And as long as you keep working for these vile, evil people who kidnapped my sister, you're not free from me. So, and that's something I think Peter understood. Once Peter put it all together, Peter got it. Peter understood it. And that's why, but yeah, man, that was a sack punch, man. That scene was an emotional sack punch of the highest order. It absolutely was. All right. Next up, Christopher Brickner writes, when MJ told Peter she didn't love him, Peter's subtle reaction showed he knew for a while she would say that, but he was still afraid to hear it. Well, I mean, I think it's two things. I think one, he didn't want to make her feel worse. But also, I think that whole situation on the roof with MJ and Jean made him fully realize that any memory of him is gone. And I think he's accepted that. That doesn't mean it didn't hurt like a motherfucker for her to say, I don't love you. But she had to be straight with him. She had to be straight and clear and honest and not let him hold on to any false hope. I don't love you because I don't know you. So again, brilliant writing, so well put together. I thought it was great. I thought it was great. All right. Next up, Christopher also writes, I like Peter knew MJ had changed in the years since the spell and accepted her feelings were different and didn't try to force his feelings on her. Well, no, she didn't change. I mean, yes, I mean, obviously in life we all change, but her feelings for him didn't change. She doesn't have any memory of him. She does not know him. It's not that changed, it's that her memories were taken away. Her feelings for him didn't change. Her feelings for him were literally ripped away. As a person and an individual, she's still MJ. She's grown in her college years, absolutely, for sure. But it's not like her feelings for him changed. She has no memory of him. And he's understood that. And I think if anything good came out of, and I know it's a stretch, but if anything good came out of the conversation and what happened on the roof, it's that finally made Peter fully accept that any memory of him in her head is gone. It's gone. And he accepted that at that point. Doesn't mean he likes it. Doesn't mean he feels okay about it. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt like crazy, but he's accepted it. And I think that's another reason why that rooftop scene was so key. All right. Next up, Tim writes, also, while I liked the movie, I didn't think it was as great as I was led to believe. Maybe it will be like Mad Max Fury Road, where months later I see what everyone does. No, Tim, that's the wrong way of looking at it, man. That's the wrong way of looking at it. Listen, movies are art, and art is subjective, and art hits all of us in different ways. The analogy I give all the time is you can get 10 people standing around a painting in an art gallery, and they'll all be looking at the same picture, but they'll all see 10 different things. And none of them are right or wrong. That's just the way the art hit them. Just because a lot of people love Spider-Man Brand New Day doesn't mean you need to love it, or that if you don't love it as much as everybody else, there's something wrong with you and you need to come around. Not at all. I mean, if you just like the movie, that's a win. That's great. But if you didn't like it as much as somebody else, that does not imply that you need to watch it again so you really get it. No, the movie's a piece of art. It's subjective. It hit you in a certain way and it hit other people in different ways. And if you liked it, 7 out of 10 instead of 9.5 out of 10, so be it. That's the way it hit you. And there's nothing wrong with that, and you don't need to change that. All right. Next up, Danito writes, was odd when Banner warned that controlling nature's good and bad size is arbitrary and dangerous, yet never mentions he was able to do exactly that. Yeah, but Banner is speaking from a position of experience to one specific thing. He already knows. I remember, Banner already knows what the full manifestation of Hulk is. He's had years of experience with it. He's not trying to prevent something from happening. He's already seen what his, gamma radiation caused mutation does. He knows the end result of it. He has lived with the end result of it for half of his life, right? This isn't a guess of, like nature is trying to do something in you. You kind of maybe should see where it goes. That's not the situation with Bruce. Bruce already knows what the end game is. Bruce already knows what the full manifestation is. It's Hulk. It's the other guy. By the way, I loved hearing him refer to Hulk as the other guy again. Made my heart happy. The other guy. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison, and nor is it contradictory or hypocrisy for him to say that to Peter, because it's not the same situation. Peter has no idea what's happening to him. Peter has no idea where this is going or what this might be, because very well it might be something that needs to happen. Banner was speaking from a position of he already knows where it goes. His own personal situation. He knows where it goes. He knows what the manifestation is, and he knows exactly what it does. And so I think it's two different scenarios there. Myself, Danito. That's the way I see it at any rate. All right, next up. Murray Reich writes, the scene with Frank pretending to be Spider-Man, the whole theater erupted in laughter. Mine did too, both times. Wondering how he got out of there. Yeah, how does Frank then get out? Frank's an expert in getting in and out of places. That's fine. But yeah, man, first of all, there were two big laughs. Number one, when you look up and you see Frank in the mask. But then number two, the bigger laugh is when the camera comes back in the hospital room from behind Frank and him going, "Roar!" Like that even got a bigger laugh out of my audience. All right, next up. Ritwick writes, one of three. This movie resonated with me deeply because I saw my own struggles portrayed through Spider-Man. It captures the heavy reality of being broken by life and the instinct to isolate yourself. True. So your world doesn't end up hurting the people you love, but despite all that pain, the core message shines through. You can't fight these battles alone. You need the connection and support to heal and to finally feel human again. That raw, relatable strength is the heartbeat of this film, and it's exactly why I will always adore it. Much like I do with Thunderbolts Go Spidey, and 100%. And that's why, Ritwick, I was saying a little bit earlier in the stream that the little details later on in the movie, not just of Peter deciding to reconnect with Ned, but also that little detail, that little narrative callback when he's talking to the police captain again, and this time he's learned the names of her kids. He's connecting more. He's decided to actually start connecting to other people more. And even just saying, say hi to whatever her kids. Peter paid attention. I didn't. Whatever the name of her kids are. I just know her son's name is not Poppy. But that little thing is that, and when he says what he talks about at Aunt May's gravestone as well, like he has decided, and hence, I think that, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but my interpretation is that's the whole meaning of the title of the movie. Brand New Day. Peter has come to the point now that he realizes that his years of isolation is not the answer. That if he's going to be not only who he is, but if he's going to be the best version of who he is, Peter needs that personal connection with people again. And reconnecting with MJ, reconnecting with Ned, deepening a real personal connection with the police captain is probably just the start for him. And I think you're absolutely right in your interpretation that underneath all of it, that was the real message of the movie. That was the real message of the movie, and I thought it was beautiful. Anyway. All right, thanks for sharing that, Ritwick, and I agree. Murray Reich writes in again. My friend went full Angry Hulk mode when the end credits ended after 30 minutes of effing trailers and 8 minutes of waiting just to show this. Yeah, listen, you've now been listening to me for almost 2.5 hours, gush about how great this movie is. That end credit scene was stupid and pointless. Like it wasn't even fun or entertaining. It didn't give us a laugh or a chuckle or a ponderance. It was just stupid, unnecessary, didn't give us anything. And by the way, I'm one of the people who doesn't believe that end credits have to give us major insight into what's coming next. It can just be a fun end credit scene, right? Like, why am I forgetting the name of Jeff Goldberg's character's name? He's the Collector's brother. What's his name again in Thor? His brother is the Collector. His name is the something or other. Anyway, that one end credit scene with him, the Grandmaster. the Grandmaster. That one end credit scene with him just going on, yay, we did it. We won the rebellion. Well done, everybody. Like that had no importance to anything in the MCU. It was just a fun scene, right? I'm sorry, but the post-credit scene in Spider-Man Brand New Day is garbage. Straight up garbage. It was absolute straight up garbage. I don't care what secret meaning they reveal somewhere down the line that it had. It was not worth sitting through there. As a matter of fact, my second viewing of Brand New Day, I went with my buddy Ryan. And when the movie was over, I just turned to him and said, we can leave. The end credits is garbage. You don't have to stay through it. It's absolute garbage. Kind of a waste of time. Anyway, Murray, I agree. I agree with your friend getting Hulk angry. All right. Rick Wick writes in again. A Spidey movie with Punisher, Jean Grey, and the Hand, plus Spidey and Punisher teaming up to tickle Hulk to death, and Spidey versus Savage Hulk. Damn. Man, this is an absolute dream come true. Dude, there were so many great moments. Now, great moments don't make a great movie, but it's tough to have a great movie without great moments. And this has them, man. The rooftop scene, the apartment building Lego scene, Spidey versus Hulk, Spidey versus the Hand, Spidey versus Scorpion, Jean doing all the stuff. The movie, just having a few great moments in your movie doesn't mean your movie's good, but it's difficult to have a good movie if you don't also have some great moments. And this movie is a great movie that is also populated with some absolutely great moments. All right. Bobby Jackson writes in, says, Brand New Day was really good, but I didn't love it. Fair enough. Jean Grey left me conflicted. Well, a good character should leave you feeling conflicted. And it felt more like a setup than a standalone story. Oh, I don't agree. I disagree with you on that. Nothing about this felt like a setup to me. Opening the movie with her sister would have made me empathize sooner. But I think, Bobby, that would have defeated the purpose. I don't think they wanted us empathizing with her initially. I think we as the audience at first are just meant to see whatever this shadowy figure is a threat. I think if they had made us empathize with her right off the beginning, that would have totally neutered her as the antagonist of the film. Notice I didn't say villain, I said antagonist. The DOD is the villain, but Jean was the antagonist. And I think that would have narratively deconstructed everything about it. I think the feeling of threat and the feeling of mystery. Why is this person doing this? Like, if they had not only would it have demystified Jean right away, and made us empathize with her right away, which would have been damaging to the movie, it also would have taken away the shroud of what's going on. Why is this person, whoever they are, trying to break Scorpion out? Why are they railing against the DOD? Plus, they wanted us to look at DOD in a more favorable light at the beginning of the movie. You can't start off this movie by showing us the scene with Jean and her sister. You just can't. It disassembles the entire prerogative and the entire perspective of which the film is told. You just can't do it. So would it have made us empathize with Jean a little bit more in the beginning? Yes, but I think that would have been counterproductive to building the movie they did. They needed us not to understand what Jean's background is and what her motivation is until later in the film. That would be the way I would see it, Bobby, at any rate. But anyway, that's just me. Thanks for sending that in, man. Appreciate it. Next up, Bobby also writes, also inconsistencies with Punisher. So he's no longer wanted and free to kill at will. And the Hulk, why is he Banner and not just Smart Hulk, a form he likes? Left me scratching my head. Well, with Hulk, that's not an issue. That's an easy explanation that, hey, at some point in the last number of years, Banner decided just living in this physical form was not practical to living a full life, right? Sure, he liked it for a bit, but you can't live a normal, healthy life in that physical form. So at some point, he decided to get himself back. That's easy. Listen, they also never, with Tony Stark, at the end of the one, I think it was Iron Man 2, they took the reactor out, right? And he realized, I don't need the reactor anymore. I'm still Iron Man. And then when we catch up with the Avengers again in Avengers Age of Ultron, guess what? He's just got it back. He's just got it back. Never explained it. Never whatever. Last time we saw him, he was getting it taken out and he's fine. Then all of a sudden, poof, it's back. But that's okay because we just assumed that in the years that happened between movies, some things changed. And we don't need an on-screen explanation for every little thing. We just accepted, hey, at some point, Tony decided he wanted the arc reactor back in his chest. Probably a better version of it. Probably a better version. But we didn't need a scene in the movie explaining it. And with Dr. Banner, yeah, at one point, he figured out how to merge the two sides so he could control it, but ultimately decided at some point over the last 5 years that he just wanted his life back and find a way to do it. Now, with Frank, yeah, I got no explanation for that. That is absolutely an inconsistency. And it's one that I just had to go, whatever, it is what it is. And I just let it go. But you're right. I think the Hulk thing, not an issue. The Frank thing, definitely an issue, but one I just kind of let go. All right. Thanks for that, Bobby. Next up, Bobby also writes, for the Holland movies, my favorite in order are No Way Home, Homecoming, Brand New Day, and Far From Home. I don't know which order. Are you going from lowest to highest, from highest to lowest? I'm going to guess you're going from number 1 down to number 4 will be my guess. Anyway, I'm like you. I love all of them. I love all of them. I love all the ones John Watts directed. I love this one. But yeah, I feel very comfortable in saying I think this is my favorite of the Holland era ones. But I mean, I don't think there's any wrong answer to that, Bobby. I think all of them are really good. And I like your listing as well. All right. Ritwick writes again, mysteries in MCU. Why was Thor crying? Punisher and Spidey on Staten Island and Peter's secret income to afford that apartment and the high-end gadgets. Well, the apartment isn't great. The apartment's not great, but living in New York, man, you need to have some money. So where's he getting that money from? Don't know. Don't know. Where's he getting any of the money? And it's not like he's got Stark Tower. I mean, it's a crappy little apartment, but yeah, they don't explain where is he getting this money. They don't never talk about a job that he has or anything. So now, is it important for us to figure out where he gets the money from? Probably not, but it would have been nice just to, even in one line of dialogue, to give us some idea about how he earns any kind of an income. That would have been nice to know. All right. Let's see. Bobby writes in again. He says, it does make me interested in how they will be handling Jean and the X-Men, because I can see why the Phoenix would be attracted to this version of Jean. Again, I think my opinion on this, Bobby, which could change, is that people are really not taking context into consideration with Jean. Jean is not some dark, evil character. She is a kid who is a victim of massive, heinous crimes against her. Whether it's her mother rejecting her because she's a mutant, which would kill any kid, your mother suddenly out of nowhere rejecting you, to violently watching trucks of armed, masked men hauling your sister away, and then later finding out they murdered her. And the fact that she is a kid who has never been taught or instructed or given any guidance or anything like that. I think people are far too quick to jump on, to not take the subtlety of context into consideration here. I really don't think they are. But that's just kind of my take on it. Whatever. All right. Next up, Aaron writes, imagine how much a Spidey 5 symbiote movie makes. I think people way overestimate how much people care about Venom. I really don't think, I think Spider-Man 5 is going to make a load of money. I think any Spider-Man 5 makes as much or more than one if they bring the symbiote into it, because they've done that already. They've done it already. Right? We had Spider-Man 3. We had Spider-Man and the symbiote. And we had Venom movies, which made a lot of money collectively. I mean, the box office declined after a while, but I mean, it made a lot of money collectively. The Venom movies did. But I honestly, I don't really see the need to bring the symbiote into it. I really don't at this point. We've done Venom. We've done a lot of Venom. I don't think we need more Venom. I don't think this Peter needs Venom, to be honest with you. I don't think this Venom needs Peter. By the way, some people in the live chat are saying Venom made $1 billion. No, it didn't. No Venom movie made $1 billion. If you add them up, they made over $1 billion, but so did the Dune movies. So anyway, and by the way, I'm one of the defenders of the Venom movies. I love the first Venom movie. I don't care what any of the other film critics say. I love the first Venom movie, but yeah, I'm kind of with one shadow love on this. I'm tired of the storyline. I'm tired of it. I don't think we need Venom. Now, don't get me wrong. If they announce tomorrow that they're going to do Venom in Spider-Man 5, I'm great. I'm down for it. Let's go. But if they ask me, is that what I'd actually want? Honestly, no. I think there's a million other stories they can do that would be more interesting at this point, but that's just my opinion. All right. Bobby writes, even with my issues, I still enjoyed this one and look forward to seeing it again. Well, that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed the film. And, but again, don't feel like you're supposed to love it. It is what it is to you. And that's perfectly fine. But I'm with you, Bobby. I'm going to be going to see this like 3 or 4 more times. At least 3 or 4 more times. All right. Christopher writes in, I like how Jean Grey was the main antagonist, but she wasn't the villain. I just said that myself in the stream. Even after Metzger's, how do you pronounce his name? Metzger is revealed as the villain, Jean is still the main threat. Yeah, in many ways. In many ways. Again, the big turn, and this can't be emphasized enough about this movie. The big turn is when for the first time in her life, somebody, in this case, Peter, showed her compassion, showed her kindness, and showed her empathy. It radically changed her. It radically changed her. It changed her perspective. It changed what she thought about the world. And it clearly changed what she thought about Spider-Man too. And to me, one of the great things any movie can do is to emphasize the power of kindness and the power of compassion. Kindness and compassion are the most powerful forces in the world, I think. Nothing will change somebody or somebody's perspective faster than a radically unexpected event of radical kindness, empathy, and compassion. It was so impactful. I know I said this before the break, but it's worth repeating again. It was so impactful to Jean that even though she had the man who kidnapped and murdered her sister right there at her mercy, she chose to let him go to keep all of her attention on keeping Spider-Man alive, to save Spider-Man. She let the guy go. She let him walk. The guy who killed her sister. Because now to Jean, the most important thing was keeping Spider-Man alive. She's not the one who shot Spider-Man, by the way. It was Frank who shot Spider-Man. But, and to me, that's the thing, right? It wasn't the fights. It wasn't the action. It wasn't the whatever. It was an unselfish exhibition by Peter of kindness, compassion, and empathy to Jean that really changed her and turned her around. And I think that was profound. I think that was really, really profound. And I appreciated that a lot. All right, next up, Christopher writes, Cretton's Marvel film is still getting Avengers numbers. I get why Marvel was eager to get him another major Marvel film after Kang Dynasty fell apart. Yeah. I mean, again, listen, he had me at Shang-Chi. Destin Daniel Cretton had me totally at Shang-Chi. That movie is so much better than it has any business being, and it's, I think, one of the most entertaining Marvel movies. Then he does a completely different kind of thing with Wonder Man and completely knocks it out of the park. And now he does Spider-Man. And yeah, Kevin Feige's got to do everything in his power to keep this guy in house. Got to keep this guy in house. All right, Bobby writes, Spidey is crushing it at the box office. Now, can people stop believing stories of Sony selling Spider-Man back to Marvel? Yeah, guys, can we just guys, if you see anybody thinking that Sony is ever in a billion years going to sell Spider-Man back to Marvel, you are pure grade delusional. You are pure grade delusional. Why would Sony ever sell Spider-Man back to Marvel? You wouldn't. I wouldn't. Sony isn't going to. This is making them so much money. Like, they are killing it. First of all, their Venom movies made them a lot of money. Despite their declining box office, it made them a lot of money at the end of the day. Yeah, they had the train wrecks that were Madam Web, Morbius, and Craven. Doesn't matter. I mean, we did a segment on the show about a year ago where we added up all the movies the Spider-less Spider-Verse movies that Sony had done, and they're very profitable, even with the disasters of Madam Web, Craven, and Morbius. Especially when you throw in them, they're winning Academy Awards with their animated films, with the Spider-Verse films. And they're making money hand over fist with the MCU Spider-Man movies because they're the distributor. It's their movie. Marvel produces it, but they get 50% of all the profits. Guys, make no mistake about it. And any delusions you or anyone might have, Sony is not selling Spider-Man back to Disney. They ain't doing it. They're just not doing it. All right. Let's see here. CM Waters writes, sends in a $20 super chat. Thank you, CM. Appreciate that, man. CM writes, I wasn't terribly fond of how the hand was basically the damage control's lackey. It's such a lame use that it makes me think the only reason they were even in there was because Destin really wanted ninjas in the movie. Oh, I disagree. 100% disagree. Not every character you have in a movie can have some deep narrative back plot. Like, there's only a few characters you can do that with, right? This movie needed an additional physical threat to Spider-Man. One that could engage Spider-Man and cause an obstacle to Spider-Man. Why not use the hand? It was awesome. It looked great. It was like, even Spider-Man had to say, that's so cool, watching the hand do their stuff. They posed a legitimate threat to Spider-Man, and it was great. They really didn't need any more than that. At least that's my perspective on it, CM. I don't think it needed any more. Like, you're spending enough time with the Department of Damage. You're spending enough time with Jean. You don't need, and even maybe even more time than was necessary with Scorpion. You didn't need some deep, heavy background. All we needed to know that there was this group that Spider-Man defeated, and the DOD decided to rehabilitate them and use them on their side for their purposes. And then they become a physical obstacle to Spider-Man. I think it was perfectly great that they used them for that. Not every character in the movie can be given some big, huge, long, deep thing. So yeah, for me, and I'm only speaking for myself, I'm not trying to discredit how you felt about it. I'm just saying, for me, that wasn't an issue at all. For me, at any rate. Anyway, thanks for sharing your thoughts on that, CM, and thank you for supporting us on that level, dude. That's really cool of you. Thank you so much. All right. Jay Tovin writes, I felt this movie handled Peter's organic webbing issues way better than they did in Raimi's Spider-Man 2 by not saying it was all psychological. I really liked it. Also, there's that one scene where he's bubbling the web stuff out of his arm. He's like, and he starts to dry heave. That was so cool. The way it would just nest out and go spray all over the place when he didn't really know how to control it yet. Yeah, I gotta say, I really did like how they handled the web stuff. I like that a lot. By the way, I got to point out, every once in a while when there's a really clueless, idiotic statement like this one. So now, John, we don't need build-ups and lore? No, what I'm saying is, if you're not too stupid to understand what I was saying, I was pretty clear. So I'll say it more slowly so you can understand. You can't do big build-up and backgrounds on every single character in the movie. We got full fleshed out stuff with the DOD. We got full fleshed out stuff with Jean. You simply don't have time to do that with everybody in the movie. I bet you're one of these guys who thought that Admiral Piet needed a big background story given to him. But I don't understand. Where did this Admiral Piet guy come from? No. And I was very clear that I said, you can't do that for every second and third level character in a movie. The Hand in this movie did not require it. In this particular circumstance, in this movie, the Hand did not require it. If I didn't say that slowly enough, in small enough words for you to understand originally, I apologize. I'll try going from a third grade level communication style down to a kindergarten grade communication style for you at some point so you can wrap your little head around it. Unless you think that every single character in a movie needs a 20-minute background thing spent on them, which I'm sure even you don't think that. So that was my very clear explanation of that. Now, are the Hand the kind of characters that you could have made them a bigger role in the movie and thus given them something like that? Yes, but that was not their role in this movie. Therefore, you can't waste screen time on that for characters that were literally third or fourth level characters in this movie. That's what I clearly said. So hopefully you understand it now. Anyway, next up. Ritwick again writes, especially love the scene where Peter leaves the hospital to see the outpouring of love for Spidey. That was key. He doesn't even know his impact yet. The kid's sign at Peter greeting back was so emotional. Yeah, that little kid just doing the little to that was heartwarming. And it's really good seeing Peter being able to just for a moment embrace and bask in the appreciation that the city has for him. Because we never really get to see that, at least not on that kind of a scale. So that was pretty cool for him, I think. All right, Ritwick also writes, and then emotions were perfectly balanced by the epic, funny move of Punisher imitating Spidey and cheering from the window, making Peter chuckle more. We need more Frank Peter duo in the MCU. Yeah, again, that is really something I never thought would work. I never thought that would work. Let me rephrase. It's Destin Daniel Cretton, it's the MCU. They would find a way to make it work, but I didn't think the chemistry between Spider-Man with Punisher in a PG-13 movie would be exceptional. And yet they found a way to make it exceptional. But again, I'd be even more down to see MJ and Frank in a special presentation. Ritwick also writes, and lastly, kudos to Michael Giacchino for his beautiful score of the movie. The music was great, keeping it epic, emotional, and impacting at the times it was needed. Yeah, the soundtrack was absolutely a highlight. It was absolutely a highlight. And he did a great job with it. He did a wonderful job with it. It absolutely served all the scenes that they were in and everything like that. So yeah, I'm glad it worked out that way. All right. Next up, we got Steven writes, the whole time during the hospital scene, I was just thinking the whole time that the doctors, nurses that worked on him can't reveal Spider-Man's identity since it was a HIPAA violation. Yeah, there's that too. Now, I also wonder if Frank didn't let them take his mask off. I mean, obviously that's pure speculation, absolutely pure speculation on my part. But I remember wondering that watching the movie, if one of the reasons Frank was there, and you remember Frank's the one who brought him in, because remember Frank said they had to cut your suit off. So the suit was off, but I wonder if he kept them from fully taking off his mask. Again, just me pure guess speculating, but maybe part of it is that whatever doctors were in there, I don't know, because there are laws that say that do give exceptions for when doctors do have to reveal certain information, but I don't know, maybe it's a HIPAA thing. Maybe it was a Frank thing. I don't know. I doubt they'll ever address it in the movies, but that's a good thought. That's a good question to have. I think that's going to be a question that gets discussed a lot amongst fans over a while. All right. Next up, Animesh writes, I love Spider-Man, but I'm still surprised to see a majority of single character movies outperforming the heavy crowded behemoth that was Endgame. Oh, to see a single, well, first of all, it's not, let's be clear. Technically speaking, it is not overperforming Endgame. As of right now, it is trailing behind Endgame. That. but the point is still valid. Spider-Man, the success of Spider-Man on the level of a massive, massive Avengers cross cinematic universe hype up crescendo movie that are Avengers movies is crazy. And yes, this movie also had Punisher. Punisher's not a huge draw. He's just not. Just look at the ratings of there. But I love Punisher. Don't get me wrong. I love John Bernthal's Punisher. But let's be honest. It's not like Punisher is a huge draw. He's not. Yes, they did bring back Hulk. But I don't think that in and of itself is a huge draw. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy that Spider-Man by himself. I mean, it's really true. Somebody just wrote in there, I think it was Cashy's, he's the face of Marvel. Spider-Man, I think it's fair to say at this point, is the face of Marvel. For a long time, it was Steve Rogers and Tony Stark were the two faces of Marvel. I called them the heart and the soul of Marvel. But I don't think it's out of line to say now that the face of Marvel is probably Spider-Man. Probably is, you're right. All right, next up, Alex Von Gollum writes, one of two. Hey, Gio, since the movie was announced, I felt it could have similarities to some themes of Return to Me. I think it does, such as the struggle to keep the secret. In the case of Brand New Day, the fact that MJ has no feelings for him yet and how Peter deals with it is somewhat similar. I don't know. By the way, Return to Me is an amazing movie. I'm sure a lot of you guys aren't even aware of the movie we're talking about. Return to Me is this amazing, deep romantic comedy that's also very funny with David Duchovny and oh, what's the name of the girl from Good Will Hunting? Mini Driver? I think that's her name. Anyway, correct me if I'm wrong about that. What's the name of the actress in Return to Me, guys, with David Duchovny? Anyway, that movie, beautiful, underappreciated, underwatched. Watch it. It's great. It's emotional, it's beautiful, and it's hilarious all at the same time. Probably the most emotional scene I've ever seen in a movie. Let me go off track here just for a second to set the scene. David is in the first act of the film. It's the beginning of the movie. David Duchovny, they show in the opening few minutes is in this wonderful marriage with this wonderful woman, and they have a dog, and he loves this woman more than life itself. They're so in love and blah, blah, blah. And then a car accident happens and his wife dies. Okay. And then after being at the hospital, he still has some blood on his clothes and his wife has died. David Duchovny comes home and the dog comes and greets him at the door. I'm going to cry just talking about this. The dog comes to greet him at the door. And then as David Duchovny walks in the house, the dog stays at the door waiting for his wife to come in too. This is right at the beginning of the movie. And the dog sits there waiting for mom to come in the door too. And David Duchovny is first like angry. I mean, he just lost his wife. He's like, come on, get her, just come in here. She's not coming back. Just come back here. And then David Duchovny, as he keeps saying to the dog, I'm getting emotional thinking about it. He's like, it's like the most perfect emotional scene I've ever seen in a movie. As he keeps saying to the dog, she's not coming back. And every time he says she's not coming back, he starts to break down emotionally. And then he collapses on the floor, petting the dog, saying, she's not coming. She's not coming home. She's not coming back. And I lost it. I lose it in that movie every time I watch it. It's called Return to Me. David Duchovny, Minnie Driver. Watch it. John Belushi's in it as well. Or Jim Belushi. I said Jim Belushi's in it. It's an amazing movie. Totally underappreciated movie. Have to watch it. Anyway, I don't know if I draw those same connections to Return to Me as you do, Alex. But there are definitely emotional beats like you kind of get in it. But if for no other reason, I love your comment just because it's drawing some attention to Return to Me, which is totally deserved. All right. Never Lose Your Nerd writes, I really enjoyed it. Sadie Sink as Jean Grey were the best parts for me. X-Men are my favorite, though I'm biased. Holland's acting was great, though. Yeah, listen, I think, again, I think this is the best acting Tom Holland has ever done in a Spider-Man movie, especially that scene on the roof with MJ. I think the acting across the board was great. I thought Sadie Sink was great as Jean Grey. Yeah, top marks. Top marks across the board there, Never Lose Your Nerd. All right, Never writes in again. Could have done without Punisher saying, did he say God damn it 50 times? I don't care. I mean, like, Punisher swears. Punisher swears, so it is what it is. All right, Yakov writes, comic book movie fatigue. Gonna make $1 billion this week. It's gonna make $1 billion by Wednesday. Want you to wrap your heads around this, guys. This movie's going to make $1 billion by Wednesday. $1 billion by Wednesday. I mean, it's just staggering. Absolutely staggering, Yakov. Alex Von Gollum writes, that scene where the Punisher tells Spidey how he felt seeing such an act of bravery and almost cried really got me. Bernthal is a very talented actor. And you know what? The background of this Punisher lends credence to that scene. Because he's been in it, right? Like, he's been in the military, and he said, I've seen acts of bravery. That was a great line. I've seen acts of bravery. But what you just did took the cake. Because, like, Spider-Man didn't just risk getting shot. He knew stepping in front of the bullet meant he was going to get shot by the Punisher. And he took it. He took it. He sacrificed for this girl. And again, going back to what I was saying earlier, more powerful than anything else in the world, I think, in changing people is over-the-top acts of kindness, compassion, and empathy. It changed Jean, and I think it really moved Frank too. More than toughness, more than strength, more than a good fight, I think that had a real impact on Frank. And I think that maybe at the end of the day, that is Peter Parker's greatest superpower. Maybe. All right. Big Cookie writes, one of two. How did Jean possess MJ on the roof scene? Jean reads the letter to MJ in Peter's apartment. Then they race to MJ. Peter wins the race. Oh, but he didn't win the race. That's the thing. He didn't win the race. He didn't win the race by trapping the guy in the helicopter. Peter arrives at MJ's. By the hopping logic, Jean should return to Peter's apartment. MJ says fine, and then goes with Peter. They swing to the roof. When did Jean jump to MJ? Jean jumped to MJ before Peter got there. Like, yes, when Spider-Man leaves the guy in the helicopter, we are all purposefully meant to believe, oh, Jean is stuck. But there's probably about 4 or 5 different ways. Like, remember, in the first part of the race to get to MJ's, like before the helicopter happened, in the race to get to MJ, Jean was lapping Spider-Man. Like, she just kept waiting for him. Like, she just kept waiting for him to catch up. It's like, come on, Spidey, gotta go. And then, brrr, like, she's not even trying all that hard. So clearly a way presented itself for the guy, whether it was another helicopter flew by, whether it was somebody crawling, like seeing what's going on the thing and crawling up, whatever. Clearly she was able to jump into somebody else. And once she's able to do that, getting to Jean's before Spider-Man, already clearly established she could get there much faster than Spider-Man could. They already established that prior to the helicopter. So it's not that big of a leap, or in this case, that big of a jump. It's not that big of a leap to say, as long as she figured out a way to get out of that helicopter, again, could it be any one of 15 different ways? As long as she figured out a way to get a helicopter fairly quickly, that she could get to MJ's before. Maybe she was there 2 minutes before he got there. Maybe she was there 2 seconds before he got there. But she didn't take over MJ after Peter got to her place. Peter got to her place with her already being inhabited by Jean. So, yeah, and that's at least that's the way I interpreted Big Cookie when I saw it. All right. Tyler writes and sends in a $20 super chat. Thank you, Tyler, for supporting us in that level, man. Tyler writes, hey, John. Okay. Hey, John, let me try this again. John, do you think this changes anything about the post-credit scene from Doomsday? What post-credit scene from Doomsday? Also, I've seemed to lost my comic book movie fatigue. Can you help me find it? Okay. I'm not quite sure. Could this change anything about the post-credit scene from Doomsday? I don't know what you mean by that, Tyler. Like, we obviously don't have a post-credit scene in Doomsday. You don't mean Endgame, because there wasn't a post-credit scene in Endgame. Now, we are going to get a post-credit. We're going to get a post-credit scene in Endgame Encore. Like, are you saying that maybe this could affect the post-credit scene? That I don't think so. I think the post-credit scene in Endgame Encore is just going to be purely a Doomsday post-credit scene, like a Doomsday setup of some sort of ways. Because I mean, that's at least because Endgame doesn't have a post-credit scene. So I'm guessing you mean the one we're going to get in Encore, which is coming out in September. Again, I don't think so. That wouldn't be my guess. It is just a guess, but my guess is it'll probably be very focused on Doomsday rather than Spider-Man. That's my guess at any rate. Anyway, Tyler, good question, man. And I hope I'm answering the right question. I'm not quite sure what you meant by that, and thank you again for supporting us on that level, dude. That's very generous of you. Let's see here. Lou writes, a few questions. One, I thought Bruce had the Hulk under control, so why did he need that wristband? Already covered that. He only had Hulk merge with him and he had to live in that Hulk body. Clearly, sometime in the last 5 years, he decided to want to have his regular body so he could have a regular life. So we've already kind of covered that. Part two, Peter couldn't send the bad guys home in the last movie because they were going to die, but he's okay with a killing vigilante running loose in New York. Remember, Peter, you're trying to compare what Peter does for himself versus what other people do. Peter won't send somebody to their death, not intentionally, but that's Peter governing himself. What him not judging what other people are doing or what Frank is doing, that's them, but his code for himself is that he won't send somebody to their death. So you're comparing apples to spaceships, right? So there's no contradiction there. There's no contradiction. There's how he conducts himself and what his own personal philosophy is for him. But that doesn't mean he has to go out and force everybody else to abide by his personal philosophy and his personal convictions. That would make him a tyrant, actually, if he did that. But that's kind of the way I interpreted it, Lou. Lou also writes, 3, how many people do you think Jean killed in this movie? The old man that was hit by the car has to be dead, right? Again, I don't know. I mean, there are times in the movie, and I talked about this earlier in the stream. There are definitely times in the movie when Jean shows restraint. Like once she used Punisher's bombs to blow open the safe and she got in, instead of killing the guards, she shot them in the legs and said, drop your guns or the next one will be in your head. So she obviously showed restraint, but there is that old man and making him walk into traffic. Was that just a horrible decision by a hurt teenager who hasn't had any guidance or knows how to control herself or her powers yet? I mean, I don't know. But so look, the only confirmed kill, I think, is the old man. And again, I don't even think that's a confirmed kill. But I'll say the one that at least definitely looks like she killed somebody was that guy she had walk into the traffic. So I don't know beyond that. Again, there are moments that she shows restraint, like she looks like she's going to kill somebody and she doesn't kill them. And then there was the guy she walked into traffic. That to me is the biggest catch. That's the biggest one, is when she had the guy walk into traffic. 100%. 100%. So as far as the rest of them, don't know. Hard to say. I'm sure once Spider-Man comes out on home video, I'll do nothing but sit down with a little notebook and write down every little casualty and try to determine how many did she actually kill versus didn't kill. I don't know, but that's going to be a question we're going to be asking for a while. Somebody said she tried to kill MJ. No, she didn't. If she wanted to kill MJ, she easily could have killed MJ. Like when she threw MJ off the building, that was standing right in front of Spider-Man, knowing 100% that Spider-Man would stop her from falling. So no, if she tried to kill MJ, she could have killed MJ anytime she wanted, but she clearly didn't try to kill MJ. All right. Let's see. Studio Fox writes, Campea. It seems like this can be compared to Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2 with internal struggles of Peter first, then action comes second. God bless you. Oh, thank you so much for that. Yeah, listen, to me, without question, the two best live action Spider-Man movies are Spider-Man 2 and this one. To me. And internal struggle should always be a part of any good superhero movie. I think there has to be a bit of the hero versus themselves, an internal struggle. Destin Daniel Cretton just did it on a great level. And while I don't see a lot of narrative similarities between this and Spider-Man 2, quality level similarities are definitely there between this and Spider-Man 2. So yeah, there's that. 100%. All right, guys. I've now been going 3 hours, a little over 3 hours. So I'm going to do one more question and then we're going to take another quick break, if you guys don't mind. And the last one we're going to get to here before our break is Dr. David Yo, who writes, my favorite shot was when the Punisher was carrying Spider-Man into the hospital. That was a cool shot. Looked like a comic book cover. Top 3 live action Spider-Man movie for me. To me, it's a top 2. Maybe number 1. Again, I still think it's Spider-Man 2, but give me a few months to think about it. But yeah, I mean, look, Frank is no stranger to guilt. And boy, the guilt he felt for shooting Spider-Man. And yeah, that moment where he is not desperately trying to kill somebody, but he's desperately trying to save somebody. I thought that was a great moment, and that's a great visual of him coming into the hospital with Spider-Man. It was awesome. I thought it looked great, and I completely agree with your assessment of that, David. All right. Guys, we still have more to go. We are 3 hours into this Spider-Man Brand New Day open spoiler discussion, and we still got a lot more to go. But before we do, we are going to take another quick break here where I can top up my drink and give you guys a chance to talk amongst yourselves. Go grab something to eat. Hang tight, everybody. Just give me a couple of minutes, and we will be right back. Still muted. Sorry, I'm back. Sorry. Thank you for letting me know I was muted. So I'll try that again. Thank you again to the thousands of you guys who are still here. So I'm going to end tonight's stream in a little under an hour. So it's 4:10 p.m. my time in Los Angeles. I need to end the stream by 5, so that'll be a 4-hour live stream. But it's Sunday night. I got my Dungeons and Dragons group coming over tonight for our Dungeons and Dragons game. And so I'm going to have to get ready for that. And hopefully I'll get through all the remaining questions. If for whatever reason I do not get through all of the remaining questions, I will do a companion video to this tomorrow night. I will do a second video just answering all the remaining questions. So if for whatever reason I can't get through all of them, and I might not because you guys sent in a lot of questions, but if I don't get through all of them, I will do another video tomorrow night answering the remaining questions, okay? But let's see if we can't get through all of them here, shall we? All right, let's pick things up here now, and that was Dr. David Yo. We move on to Colby Harris, who writes, did Spider-Man accidentally create the tech for the mutant inhibitors collars for the mutant saga? Again, I doubt it. I don't think they're going to jump right into that. And honestly, my guess is, and it's just a guess, like I said earlier, I'm not going to lose any sleep if I'm wrong about this. This is just me as a fan randomly guessing. I don't think they're ever going to mention that chip again. I don't think they will ever again mention that chip. I think that was a very badly used plot device in this movie that wasn't well thought out. And I honestly don't think they'll ever come back to it again. Again, I could be wrong. And if I am, I won't care, but we'll see. All right. Thanks for that, Colby. Arthur writes, why would Jean choose to drive a tank into the Department of Defense, the Department of Damage Control, I should say, when she could have covertly hopped into the mind of someone with access to the vault? Well, I think there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, we saw when Spider-Man was going into the Department of Damage Control, he himself had to go through this crazy scanner that could detect every single thing about him, about his arachnid genes, his heightened strength, everything about him, it could tell them. If she tried to go into the Department of Damage Control, I have a feeling that scanner might have detected there's an anomaly going on. Guess number one. But guess number two is this. Remember, what was her purpose for attacking that facility? It was to break out Scorpion. And one of the best ways to do that was to create this massive distraction of a tank blowing up that will keep everybody's attention away from what she's doing and where she's going. So my guess is, without giving it much thought, because you just asked me, without giving it much thought, that would be my best guess. That would be my best guess. All right. Good question though, Arthur. Next up, Sinkfield writes, Hulk is so gripping when he's done correctly. 100%, man. Fighting the transformation of becoming the monster. That Avengers 1 scene when he looks back at Widow. Fire. Oh, yeah, man. Listen, I don't know, and this is just me because of the things I like. I don't know that there was any one thing that I liked more in Spider-Man Brand New Day than the return of the real Hulk. That I think, and that they treated him with the respect he deserved. Like, I think a lot of filmmakers would have taken the opportunity to have Hulk be a jobber to Spider-Man just to show how good Spider-Man really is. Oh, Spider-Man took down Hulk. But no, Hulk could have killed Spider-Man just like that. Had him. Yeah, Spider-Man was able to duck and weave for a minute or two. But ultimately, Hulk gets his hands on him, could have killed him easily, and just chose not to. Fortunately, Banner is still in there and was able to stop it. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything about this movie that I loved even more than the way they handled Hulk. I just adore that so much. All right. Next up, Folly writes, John, heard of a divisive ending where Peter dies and post-credit scene shows the symbiote reviving him. It also explained why Rosario Dawson's night nurse was cut. Any truth to this? None. Zero truth to that at all. Nothing based on that. As a matter of fact, there was a slightly different cut of the movie that Tom Holland did kind of address, but it had nothing to do with any of that. So no, there's no validity to that. To the best of my knowledge, zero validity when it comes to that report. So you can ignore that one. All right. The Nerd Anime Family writes, could the post-credit scene at the end be a reference to Tobey's Spider-Man disappearing in Doomsday? No, because remember, Ned's app, again, the post-credit scene is so stupid, it makes no sense. Ned's app simply responds to people making reports of Spider-Man sightings. Ned's app can't track Spider-Man. It's just that somebody sees Spider-Man, they register it in the app. Another person sees Spider-Man, register it in the app if they have the Spider Tracker app. And that way other people can see where Spider-Man is. Tobey is not on Earth 616. And again, who's spotting Spider-Man in space and then registering it on the Spider Tracker app? It made no sense. It was really stupid. And again, I thought it was pretty dumb. That's just me. All right. But no, it had nothing to do with Tobey's Spider-Man. I can guarantee you that it had nothing to do with Tobey's Spider-Man. All right. Next up, Austin S. writes, do you think they put Jean in Brand New Day when the plan was for Doomsday to come out in May and Spider-Man to come out after that? No, no, the plan was already there. Yeah. So a lot of people, it's understandable, forget at this point, but that originally Doomsday was supposed to come out before Spider-Man Brand New Day. And it could have, because there's really nothing connecting Spider-Man Brand New Day and Doomsday. So you could have had them come out in any order. It would have been fine. And what really told us that was when the fact that Doomsday was supposed to come out before they came out. But the basic framework of Spider-Man Brand New Day was actually set. I mean, not the fine details, but the basic structure of Spider-Man Brand New Day has been completed for years. So Jean was already planned to be a part of that prior to the moving of Doomsday. So yeah, that had, good question, but yeah, that had nothing to do with the moving of the movies at all. All right. Hunter writes, Punisher in the Spider-Man mask was hilarious. Again, audience laughed when we saw Frank in the window, laughed even harder when we went into the hospital room and heard him grunting. Maria Martinez just sends in a super chat badge to say thank you. Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that very much. Samuel Force writes, it was great. And I'd go so far as to say, other than Deadpool is the funniest of the MCU and Jean is an exciting addition for the future. 9 out of 10. You know what? Man, there have been a couple of really funny MCU movies. Like Ant-Man is hilarious. Okay. I don't agree. I mean, yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine is the funniest of the MCU movies, but I don't agree that Spider-Man Brand New Day is the second funniest. Not that you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't personally agree. That's fine. It's very, very funny because I think Ant-Man, the first Ant-Man might have the second funniest title for that. But again, I think I was like you and like a lot of people that how is Jean, because we all knew it was Jean Grey. How is Jean going to fit into this? You're right. She was perfect in it, an excellent addition. And it makes me even more excited to see what this new X-Men era, this new mutant saga is going to play out in the MCU. All right. Wayne writes, imagine it's Peter. Okay. I imagine it's Peter's idea of a universal inhibitor that's going to bring about the rise of an anti-mutant weapons. We'll see, but I can see the vision. Again, I don't think so. Remember, in the movie, the device gets destroyed. The device gets destroyed in the movie. Jean sees to that. It's when they first flash that Jean is not just a telepath. She's one of the world's most powerful telekinetics. And she destroys it. And I think Peter understood the folly of creating it in the first place. And I don't think it's ever going to get mentioned again. If I didn't mention it already, I'll say it here. I think the whole notion, even of older X-Men films of, a collar that just turns off mutations is stupid. So stupid. Oh no, we just have a device that every mutation is completely different, but this device just turns off mutations. It's like, then shouldn't that collar also cure cancer? I mean, in whatever medium, comic book pages, animation, old Fox movies. I just think the idea of somebody just came up with a device that just turns off mutation. I think that is so lame and so lazy. Like even in universe, that seems ridiculous. That seems like so far-fetched. Yes, even in a universe where a bald man in a wheelchair can control people's minds, but even in that universe, it seems like a ridiculous stretch to say, oh, somebody just came up with this device. I'll slap it on the neck, turns off mutation. Look at that. It's easy breezy, barely an inconvenience. I've always thought that as a plot device is completely ridiculous. And I certainly felt it was even more ridiculous that Peter Parker could create one in 5 minutes with a 3D printer. Like, I just thought that was dumb. But anyway. All right. Next up, Tito writes, thanks for working on a Sunday. My pleasure. John, what do you think that post-credit scene meant? You know what? It was so bad, I don't even care. Again, if you're going to ask the audience to wait around for 5, 6, 7 minutes and sit through all the credits, they didn't even have the decency to make it a mid-credit scene. Make it at least something that's fun and entertaining. Like, that made no sense. Number one, it wasn't funny. Number two, it didn't tell us anything. And number three, it wasn't logical to what it is in the movie. Ned's Spider Tracker app in the movie it tells you where Spider-Man is because other users register reports of his sightings. Who's in outer space reporting a Spider-Man sighting? On Ned's Spider Tracker app. It was a waste. And that's why I told people don't bother sitting through the post. So I don't know. Listen, Tito, at some point, and this is definitely possible, at some point, maybe something comes up in an upcoming Marvel movie that makes that scene make some kind of sense. But your post-credit scene is a pretty piss-poor post-credit scene if you have to wait 2 years to find out what it meant. You know what I'm saying? If you have to wait around for 2 years to get a new piece of information that then lets you understand what that post-credit scene even meant, that's a bad post-credit scene. Just my take on it at any rate. All right. And no, it's not Tobey Spider-Man. It's not Tobey Spider-Man. That's completely, Tobey is not in the 616, and Tobey's Spider-Man, you'd still have to have somebody with the Spidey Tracker app from New York City in outer space spotting Tobey's Spider-Man. It makes no sense. And I can tell you it's not Tobey Spider-Man. I can just tell you that. Nor is it Andrew Spider-Man. It's none of the other Spider-Men either. All right. Next up, Dallas Designer writes, where is it? And yeah, guys in the live chat, Ned did not get his memory back. He did not get his memory back. All right. Dallas Designer writes, I just loved how Frank and Peter argued over the Staten Island incident like a couple of New Yorkers. Better dynamic than Frank and Matt, in my opinion. I agree. And one of the funniest moments of the whole movie was, who was it? Was it Gene looking at the monitors? Was it Gene or MJ? I think it might have been Gene. I can't remember now, but looking at the monitors in the building, and you just see Frank and Peter standing there. You can't hear it though. Like, there's no audio. You just see on the monitor, Frank and Peter arguing. Like, that to me was so freaking funny. It's like, God, I love these two together. I so surprisingly love these two together. I just thought it was great. Now, listen, I agree. I see some people, wait, is that better than Matt? Listen, I'm not saying that Frank is better in Spider-Man Brand New Day than he is in Daredevil. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I like the dynamic between Frank and Peter even more than I like the dynamic between Frank and Matt. I still think the Punisher overall that we get in Daredevil is the better Punisher. But as far as dynamics between characters go, yeah, I agree. I think the dynamic with Peter is even better than his dynamic with Matt. That's just my opinion. Everybody's going to think different things. That's okay. All right. Next up, Dan the Fan writes, A lot of people say Spider-Man versus Hulk is Hulk's best portrayal since the Avengers movie. I don't disagree. But I think Hulk versus Hulkbuster in Avengers 2 is just as good. Why do you think that gets overlooked? I think it gets overlooked for two reasons. One is that to a lot of people, if there is any Avengers movie that's a forgettable Avengers movie, it's Avengers Age of Ultron. I think that's not fair because the more I watch Avengers, every time I watch it, Rob and I both agree on this. I like Avengers Age of Ultron even more every time I watch it. Every time I watch it, I like it a little bit more and more and more. Anyway, that's one reason why I think it's a little not mentioned. The other thing is this: Hulkbuster or not, Hulk should have demolished the Hulkbuster. And granted, yes, there is the mitigating circumstances that you can say, well, Hulk was not true full Hulk because the influence of Wanda, and that made it not really what the fight would have been otherwise. I totally get that argument. I totally do. And I'm not discrediting it. But again, I think a lot of people, look at that fight because they kind of nerfed Hulk a little bit in it. Like they nerfed Hulk a little bit in it. Like maybe in the Hulkbuster, you can put up a fight. But at the end of the day, it's just an inevitability. Hulk rips that thing to pieces. There is vibranium or not. There's no metal on Earth that Hulk can't rip apart. So I think the fact, number one, that it's a little bit more of a forgettable movie to most people. And I think the second reason is because they kind of nerfed Hulk a little bit in it. They turned him a bit and they jobbered him a little bit. But to see him in this, like to see the true Hulk, like we had in that first Avengers movie, where he's like the ultimate nuclear option. In that first one, he's the ultimate nuclear option. You unleash Hulk, everything gets smashed. And this was our first kind of glimpse at that again. So that's why I think this one will get a lot more attention, maybe even deservedly so, than what we got in Age of Ultron. All right. Good question, Dan. All right. Next up, Jimmy writes, I don't know about anybody else, but I love the scene with Frank telling Peter he wouldn't hide and be a coward. You know what? Good point, man. And be a coward if he had people he loved alive. Also, side note, Damson Idris would be a bad Blade. It wouldn't be a bad Blade. I was going to say, why would you think he'd be a bad Blade? No, you're right. But listen, I can sit here and name 10 actors that would be pretty good Blades. He's definitely one of them. I know a lot of people kind of thought he should be the new T'Challa. I love the choice of David Johnson to be the new T'Challa personally. But you know what? You're right. In all the 3.5 hours that we've been talking Spider-Man Brand New Day, I don't think I or anybody else has brought that scene up. He says, I wouldn't be a coward. And coming from Frank, that means something. Frank, who has lost everything. Spider-Man's lost a lot. Frank lost everything. The people he loved aren't still out there somewhere. They're gone. Not just gone, murdered horribly. And so anybody else could have said that to Peter, but it wouldn't mean nearly as much as it does coming from Frank. And Frank saying to him, if I saw people I loved alive there, I wouldn't be hiding around behind a desk like a coward. Like coming from Frank, that means something. Coming from anybody else, any other character said that to Peter, wouldn't have held as much weight. Coming from Frank, it absolutely meant a lot. And I'm so glad you brought that up. All right. Mr. Dover writes, I think the fake MJ remembering/kiss was the most villainous thing ever done by anyone in the MCU. I've never felt violently angry for Peter. Yeah. Now, again, let's pump the brakes on the hyperbole a little bit. Frank watched his wife and children murdered brutally in front of him. You don't think he would rather have received a fake kiss from somebody he thought was his wife? Yeah, let's pump the brakes on that a little bit. Was it cruel? Absolutely. Was it mean? Absolutely. Yeah, Thanos straight up snapping the neck of Thor's brother right in front of him, probably more evil. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that Peter would rather have suffered what he did at the hands of that kiss from the fake MJ than, say, having Ned's get his neck snapped by Thanos right in front of him. I'm going to go that far. So yes, it was pretty mean. It was pretty mean. And it was definitely dirty. But again, for a second, look at it from Jean's perspective. Spider-Man is a guy who is working for a vile, evil organization that kidnapped and she believes is holding her sister. And Spider-Man is constantly getting in the way and interfering with her attempts to get her sister back. That is the story from Jean's perspective. What I said was true from a certain point of view, right? Like from her perspective, that's it. Spider-Man is a man who is working for a vile, evil, violent, murderous organization, and he has continuously been getting in her way and interfering with her attempts to get her sister back. I'd say making him feel sad is probably the nicest thing she could have done for him. She could have tried to just kill him. She could have killed MJ and really wrecked him. But again, that doesn't justify anything. I'm just saying we got to take a breath and look at it from her perspective just for a second. All right. Thanks for that, Mr. Dover. Appreciate it, man. All right. Tim Sim writes, going forward with how Jean Grey's X-Men origin storyline played out here, is this the blueprint for other X-Men origin storylines in the MCU? I don't know if there's a blueprint, and I don't know if they need to have a blueprint. I think you handle each character story individually. I don't think every story has to be this lost, confused, aimless, directionless, doesn't know what to do, lost everything person. I don't think that has to be all of them. And I don't necessarily think that needs to be the blueprint. But it is going to be interesting to see. Like, to be honest, I kind of half expected at the end of the movie when Jean is riding away on the bus, I kind of half expected to see, remember, the camera level is at Jean's face level, right? She's sitting in the bus seat and the camera level's here. I half expected to see just a torso, because it would have been somebody standing up, just a torso walk up to Jean, put his hand on his shoulder and just say, Jean, I'm here to help, or something like that. And then camera cuts to outside, just seeing the bus drive away. Like I kind of half expected them to do something like that. I'm okay that they didn't. It might have even been better that they didn't, but I was kind of half expecting to see them doing a little bit more of setting up potential X-Men stuff, but it's maybe it was for the best that they didn't force it at that point. All right. Next up, Samir writes, if it wasn't for the pandemic, No Way Home in December of 2021, I believe would have been the second film to top $300 million opening weekend domestic. Here's the problem with that logic. And I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but there is a counter. I've had this discussion with people before, and this has been brought up, and it's a really good point that's been brought up to me. The counterpoint to that is that there are a lot of analysts who believe that Spider-Man No Way Home and its opening weekend box office benefited from the fact that this was the first really big, true Hollywood standardized blockbuster movie event since the pandemic happened. And there are analysts who make an argument. Now, we'll never know for sure because it's a what if scenario. We'll never know who's right and who's wrong. But I mean, a valid argument has been raised by a number of analysts that said that if it wasn't for that, that maybe Spider-Man No Way Home wouldn't have made as much as it did. So yes, you can argue that, you know, coming on the heels of the pandemic, Spider-Man No Way Home would have done better if it wasn't for the pandemic. Others argue that the very fact that we had such a lack of these types of big movie events to go to actually helped with getting more and more people to rush out to it the first opportunity that they had. I don't know that I have a definitive view on which one I think is right. I think both are valid arguments and they're both great what if scenarios. And again, we'll never know which one would have happened, but it's compelling to think about. Good to think about, Samir. All right, next up. Designing Media writes, did MJ remember that Peter gave her the necklace? No. Remember, Jean herself said, there's nothing of you up here. When Jean was inhabiting Mary Jane, sorry, her name's not Mary Jane. When Jean was inhabiting MJ and she had no reason to lie, she said, there's absolutely nothing of you up here. It's gone. So no, I do not believe she was remembering. I think she still had the necklace because physical things didn't disappear as a result of the spell. But yeah, I don't think she had any memory. Samuel writes, Bruce in Holding is a setup for Secret Wars? Probably no. No, that much I know. Him being in Holding is not a setup for Secret Wars. All right. Your Nostrum writes, without damage control, we wouldn't have Vulture or any angry Jean or an angry Jean Grey. They are the real villains in Spider-Man. Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's what I said earlier in the stream. I said, I think there's a distinction to be made. Jean is the antagonist of the film, but the Department of Damage Control is the villain of the film. Jean really is a victim whose only motivation is to get her sister back, a sister who was so wrongfully and violently taken away from her. She's not a villain, but she is the antagonist. At the end of the day, who caused this whole thing? The DOD. Sorry, the DODC. They're the villains. They are the villains. Although, Jean was the antagonist. All right. Christopher writes, was Jean Grey heading upstate a tease for X-Men? I don't think so. I think she's got a lot of people she has to meet. There's a lot of connections she needs to make. As far as she knows, she doesn't know if there's anybody else out there like her. I think at this point, the Xavier School for gifted youngsters, I don't think exists yet. I don't think that exists yet. So I think that's just her getting out of town. I don't think, for all we know, she was going south, right? For all we know, she was going south instead of into the northern state. James Morrow just sends in a super chat badge to be supportive. Thank you, James. Animesh writes, Peter was willing to save much worse villains in No Way Home, so saving Jean was very much in character for him. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Especially once Spider-Man figured out what was going on. Especially when he realized Jean's the victim here. As an inexperienced, unguided kid, she did some bad things trying to get to her understandable and reasonable and right goals. But yeah, I mean, absolutely, this was absolutely 100% consistent with Peter's character. Ron H. writes, this is Spider-Man. No longer Spider-Boy, it is Spider-Man. Peter's lost so much, but he continues to don the suit to fight the fight and keep the bad guys down, making mistakes, but always striving to make things right. My Spidey. I had one guy say to me the other day that he felt that while Spider-Man 2 was still his favorite Spider-Man movie, he said this might have been the purest version of Spider-Man we've ever had. And I was going to object at first when he said it, but I thought about it and I'm like, every screen iteration of Spider-Man has really done a good job of representing Spider-Man. But to everything you just said, Ron, this really emphasized and highlighted the highest of those virtues that he embodied every step of the way. Always fighting the good fight, putting the good above his own happiness, being willing to save even those people he fights against, and ultimately even being willing to sacrifice himself at the end for Jean. I don't know if there's ever been, again, I think Spider-Man 2 is still the best live action Spider-Man for now, but I don't know if I don't now agree with that sentiment that this might be the purest iteration, the purest representation of Spider-Man that we've ever had. I think there's a good argument to be had for that. I really do. All right. Next up, Tim writes, If this is the start of the long-term Dark Phoenix storyline, I'm not sure that it is. How must Feige and Marvel navigate in this third attempt to learn from the failed two attempts? I'll be honest with you. I don't think Dark Phoenix is even in Kevin Feige's mind right now. I think Dark Phoenix is something that comes way down the road. Way down the road. We are at the very beginning of the X-Men story. Like, we are before the beginning of the X-Men story. So I think at this moment, I don't think anything, my guess here, Tim, is I don't think anything in Spider-Man Brand New Day has a single thought given to it about how does this lead to Dark Phoenix. I don't think that's at all even a part of their thought process. And I don't even think Kevin Feige right now, I don't even think the words Dark Phoenix are even in his vocabulary right now. Kevin Feige does two things. He thinks 5 years ahead, and he doesn't worry about things that aren't on his radar yet. And quite frankly, I don't think Dark Phoenix is on his radar right now. I really don't. Like you've already mentioned, we've already had a couple of swings at Dark Phoenix in recent years. And there's so much X-Men lore and so many X-Men stories to tell that there is simply no need to go Dark Phoenix anytime soon. So my guess is, and it's just a guess, I could be wrong, totally fine, won't lose any sleep if I am wrong, but my guess is I don't even think Dark Phoenix is even an itch in Kevin Feige's brain right now. If at most it would be, we'll get to that when we come to it, but I think that is years off, like years off. But that doesn't mean, Tim, that fans like you and I can't be thinking about it. I just don't think that Feige's thinking about it right now. All right, Miles Smith writes, "Hey, John, the issue I had was the disrespect Yelena had for Spider-Man. I get she didn't fight with him, but Bucky did. I'm confused. When did some people forget Spider-Man altogether? I don't think there was anything about her forgetting Spider-Man altogether. But I think her exposure to Spider-Man is, he's the guy who defends the city of New York. He fights for the neighborhood in New York. I don't think there's any disrespect for him. It's just that, as she said in her things, you'll handle small potato issues. Avengers deals with big potato issues. And remember, for the last 5 years, that's exactly what Peter has been doing. He's been fighting to protect the neighborhoods of New York. That's the small scale. It's not small scale, but you know what I'm saying, right? That's what Yelena's seen for 5 years. Sure, Peter fought with the Avengers in that battle of Endgame. Yeah, but for the last 5 years, he deals with very localized neighborhoods of New York issues. That's what Spider-Man does for the last 5 years. So that's what Yelena sees. So when Spider-Man comes to her about, a local break-in problem, her thing is, this is more of a small potatoes thing. I don't think that was disrespect. I think that was calling it what she's right. Like, was she wrong? Was she wrong? She wasn't wrong. He deals with local neighborhood stuff. He deals with things like the Hand and Scorpion and Tombstone. Whereas the Avengers, they deal with much bigger global threats. So I don't think she meant it as disrespect. And really, was she wrong in anything she said? Actually, she was completely correct. She was completely correct. Small potatoes. All right. Very meager potatoes. All right. Next up, McCrae writes, I laughed so hard with them fighting Hulk when Punisher said he should have brought a bigger gun and Spidey said, so you can tickle him to death? Yep. Like, Spider-Man understands the gravity of the situation. Like, yes, I loved it when Frank kept peppering Hulk with bullets. And yes, small Hawaiian shirt wearing Hulk, that bothers him a little. Like you could tell it irritates him. Wasn't doing any damage, but it was irritating him. So Frank kept just piling the bullet shots into him as all he could. So Frank says, yeah, man, I should have brought a bigger gun. But Peter understands. For what? Frank, you can bring the biggest gun you want. You can drop a nuclear warhead on this building right now. Ain't none of it is going to make a lick of difference. This is a guy above your pay grade. And if Peter kept going with that logic, is a guy way above Peter's pay grade too. But yeah, he says, for what? So you could tickle him to death? That was a great line. But you know what's an even better line? Even better line, like 30 seconds after that, when Frank makes the plan, okay, you keep engaging here. I'm going to go get the cause. I'm going to go get the girl. And Spider-Man says, you're just trying to get out of fighting the Hulk. And Frank is like, yeah. Awesome moment. Awesome moment that I laughed my fool ass off at. All right. Next up, Ritwick writes, you know who can recap the whole Peter Parker story to Ned and MJ in the quickest way possible? Michael Peña's Luis. Time to bring him back. Listen, I'm thinking about doing an editorial video, but I probably don't need to anymore. But I was thinking for a while about doing an editorial video on the top 5 best MCU secondary characters. So not your Ant-Man, Spider-Man's, Captain America, Tony, not your Avenger members or anything like that. I was thinking about doing this editorial on the 5 best secondary MCU characters. Ones that'll never have their own movie or anything like that. And Luis was going to be my number 2. Luis was going to be my number 2. I think it is the biggest dropping of the ball that Marvel has not had Luis come back. They didn't even have him in Ant-Man 3. That was an obvious one to bring him back. Some people are saying Wongers. Wong is my number 3. My number 1. I'm going to see if any of you guys in the live chat can guess who my number 1 is. It's not Korg. Korg's a good one, but it's not Korg. Not Korg. It's not Wongers and Madison. No, although I do love Wong and Madison. Let's see. Nope. Not Darcy. Not Jim. Cap is definitely not a secondary character. No. And it's not Agent Woo. Agent Woo's a good one too, but it's not Agent Woo. It's Trevor Slattery. I think he is the best secondary character the MCU has. He has been in an Iron Man movie. He's been in Shang-Chi. And then he stars in Wonder Man. And he's awesome in all of them. He's awesome in all of them. And I just think, now, Michael Peña's Luis makes me laugh the best. He's easily the most entertaining. But I think Trevor is the best secondary character they've had in all of the MCU. Anyway, that's just kind of my take on it. All right. Next up. We're running out of time here. We've got Calfani writes, he based it off Banner's tech, not just invented it. He never had Banner's tech. He never had his hands on Banner's tech to study it, analyze it, get the schematics. He just knew, oh, he's got a thing that holds his mutation back. He didn't have the tech to study it. Dr. Banner never, like, if they at least said, Dr. Banner goes, I think I can keep it under control for a couple of weeks. Here, borrow my inhibitor, break it down, study it, figure out how I put it together and how it works and all that kind of stuff. And Peter goes away for 6 months and then is able to go, I found a way to how to adapt this. I could have been okay with that. But he never had it. He didn't base it on anything because he never had it to base anything on. Right? Again, it would have been one thing if Banner gave him the inhibitor and he could take it away to study it for 6 months, but he didn't do that. He never had his hands on it he didn't understand how the technology worked. He didn't understand a single thing that it did. He didn't know anything about how its delivery system worked. Nothing. All he knows is that it exists, and then he went and made something from scratch. That was stupid, in my opinion. All right. Cadis writes, what do you think are the chances the film hits $2 billion after this week's box office draw? It's totally against what I thought for over a year. It's an automatic now. I for the longest time, I didn't think it would hit 2 billion. I thought it would be a big major hit. Didn't think it would hit 2 billion. I've started to, over the last month, I started to think maybe it is possible looking at the build-up numbers, but yeah, it's not a question of if it hits 2 billion now. The only question now is how far over 2 billion will it go? 2 billion's an automatic at this point. It made almost $1 billion on its first weekend. It made almost $1 billion on its first weekend. And it's a great movie that people are going to come back to again and again and again and again and tell other people to go see. It's hitting 2 billion. Yeah, for sure it is. All right. James Morrow writes, to me, Jean sounded like Magneto when she spoke about humans. Could this new MCU Jean Grey be written to eventually side with Magneto instead of Xavier? No, because that all changed by the end of the movie. Like Magneto, and probably like a lot of mutants, very early in Jean's very young life, she saw humans being terrible and terrible to mutants. But the end of the movie completely changes that. Her scene, because remember, Spider-Man was bit by a spider, but he's human. He's not a born mutant. She saw Spider-Man showing her kindness, compassion, and empathy. She saw the best in humanity. And it moved her so much that she decided to let the man who murdered her sister go to stay there and save somebody else's life, even though it put her in danger. Because Frank was coming, and she didn't know Frank was going to be nice to her. Yeah, I don't think this is going to have any implication on that. I think every mutant in comics sees bad sides of humanity, but not every mutant will have an experience like Jean did, where she gets to see the best things about humanity, and that has a real impact on her. And that's why I think that scene was so beautiful. I think that's why that scene was so beautiful. All right. Next up, Patrick Stewart writes, for me, this Spider-Man movie was the best live-action Spider-Man since Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2. I agree with that. It made me feel amazing. I saw it 3 times over the weekend. The soundtrack is spectacular too. Yeah, man, listen. I did not go into this movie needing it to be the best of the MCU era Spider-Man movies. John Watts' 3 Spider-Man movies are all great. I love all of them. 1 or 2 more than others, but I loved Homecoming. I loved Far From Home. I loved No Way Home. I think they're all great. I just was kind of hoping that this movie would at least be on par with that, right? Be the second best one or the third best one. As long as it's in that neighborhood, we're in for a great time. It's all I needed. This movie shattered my expectations. I can't believe how much I enjoy this movie and how entertained I am by it. All right. Thanks for that, Patrick. Next up, CJ Rebirth writes, Jean X Peter reminds me of Bob and Yelena. You know what? Yeah. I brought that up earlier, right? There's a similarity to that sort of an emotional hook and stuff like that. And like Yelena and the other Thunderbolts team, like just showing compassion and kindness and love to Bob. It actually changes the trajectory of his character from going full void to coming back from the void. And that to me, I said earlier in the stream, I'll say it again. The power of human kindness, compassion, and empathy is the most powerful force in the universe. Absolutely is. It will change things far greater than anything else will. And I love it when comic books like Thunderbolts, you just mentioned, and that scene in the movie, CJ, when it does that, I empathize with that a lot. Calfani writes in again, strong enough to subdue Hulk, thus 2 young people. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what we're talking about. What's strong enough to subdue Hulk? Nothing subdued Hulk. Thus 2 young people, no problem. Sorry, man. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about there. Anyway, Basic Cable writes, it will break the universe in X-Men. That's the point. No, that's not the point. I think it was simply a plot device for Spider-Man No Way Home, and a bad one. The inhibitor, the fact that Peter can come up with so quickly to such a universal problem that I'm absolutely sure Nick Fury would have had the biggest, most intelligent minds on Earth working on for 20 years to negate somebody's powers. Absolutely. You can't tell me he wouldn't have been working on that. And Peter came up with it in 5 minutes with a 3D printer in his crappy apartment. Sorry, no. And again, I might be wrong. I do not expect we will ever hear of this ever mentioned again. I don't think they will ever mention again. which is part of the reason why I think they had Jean destroy it, the only one that Peter had. And I don't think Peter's going to make another one. So I don't think it'll ever be mentioned again. All right. Evelyn writes, while I agree Peter creating it in 5 minutes was dumb, they are going to do mutant inhibitor collars like in the comics, maybe setting it up. I really hope they don't. Because mutant inhibitor, I've always thought in the comics, animation, and in the old X-Men movies, I think that's one of the stupidest, dumbest things. Because if you can create, again, I'm not talking about real world logic. I'm talking about comic book movie universe logic. Okay. If you can create a device that specifically can target genetic patterns in an individual and instantly convert those genes and that DNA into something else, its more pure form, human only form, then that universe should have no problems creating an instant cure for cancer. An instant cure for every disease, actually. What they're creating there is far superior and far more advanced and far more difficult than just, these cancer cells. And not to mention, every single mutant's mutation is completely different. Every mutant's mutation is completely unique and different from the others. So this idea of creating we just created in a lab, this one thing suits all and fits all, and you slap it on any mutant and their powers go away. It doesn't make sense in a comic book movie universe where not every single disease known to mankind has instantly already been cured. So I don't think they're going to do it. I really don't. It's just too easy. It's lazy. It's really, really lazy. So now again, I might be wrong and I won't lose any sleep over it if I'm wrong. I'm just a stupid fan making a guess, but my guess is they won't go there. I don't think they will. And not everything they've done in the comics has been gold. Let's be honest about that too. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it becomes the foundation of what they do, or maybe they ignore it totally like I think they will. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but that's until I see other evidence otherwise, I'm of the belief that they're probably never going to mention this thing again. All right. Let's see. Thanks for writing that in, Evelyn. FN Raw writes, the good thing about MJ and Peter's relationship heading out of Brand New Day is that it opens up possibilities for a new relationship for Peter. Black Cat, Gwen. It'll also help MJ and Peter come back together. And again, I think you're right on the money, FN Raw. I think you're completely right. And ultimately, and again, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that is ultimately the meaning behind the title of the movie, Brand New Day. Peter couldn't get back everything he lost, but he can recreate it. He can start again. He can build new relationships. In the movie The Invite, which I know a lot of you guys haven't seen, but you should. It's my third favorite movie of the year so far. It's called The Invite. No, it's my second favorite movie of the year so far. The Invite is my number 2 favorite movie of the year. Anyway, in the movie, Penelope Cruz, this won't spoil anything because you don't know the context. Penelope Cruz, and I'm paraphrasing here, but says something along the lines of, eventually, like you can be in a relationship that is so bad that it just has to end, and you need to create a new relationship. Maybe it's a new relationship with somebody new, or it's a new relationship with the same person, but you need a new relationship. And I think that line from The Invite totally applies to Spider-Man Brand New Day. I think this is Peter building a new relationship with Ned. It's Peter building a new relationship with MJ. And maybe this MJ falls in love with him again. Maybe he meets a Gwen Stacy and falls in love with a new person. Who knows? But it's a brand new day. And I think ultimately that's the meaning of the title of the film. I could be right, I could be wrong, but that's what I think the way they're going. All right, you know what, guys? We've only got a few minutes left, but let me see how many questions are left here. You know what? There's a lot, but I'm going to go a little rapid fire here because I think I can get through all of them. I think I can get through all of them, so I'm going to go a little bit more rapid fire here, okay? If you guys will indulge me. All right, Mr. I writes, oh, wait a second. No. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, Warp Space writes, Jean is a child who literally lost her sister. 2, Hulk said something was wrong with his mind and he couldn't control himself anymore after Jean let him go. 3, well, that's because the inhibitor was gone. 3, the device Spider-Man made was designed in No Way Home and is literally a major thing in X-Men 97. Okay, start with your third thing. I don't give a crap what's in X-Men 97. That is not canon. That is not consistent with whatever, so it makes no difference. It's completely irrelevant. The device Spider-Man made was designed in No Way Home. Not really. I mean, there was something with a similar principle, but it was also very specific and it doesn't really apply. And Hulk, Banner never had control over Hulk. And his device, after demerging Professor Hulk so he could be human again and live a regular life, the only thing that kept it in check was his inhibitor. Once that was gone, then he was right back to square. And he was in a situation of extreme heightened stress, right? He's Banner again. All of a sudden he's in this huge, where there's firefights. He's been shot and he's been ripped apart and all that kind of stuff. He came back in an incredibly heightened state of stress, which is exactly the recipe for bringing out the other guy, right? Warped. Anyway, Mr. I writes, my one nitpick isn't the Punisher vigilante public enemy number 1? No one in the hospital called the police. Listen, I was mentioning this earlier in the stream. It's not just that, but Frank, who has to live so incognito, he lives in this boat on the edge of the bay in a forgotten about warehouse, right? He's literally driving through town in a big black van with a giant Punisher logo painted on the hood of the van. There are several things about Frank in this movie that don't measure up to continuity. And I'm perfectly okay with that. Continuity with other movies is not my number one concern. Making a great movie in and of itself is my number one concern. And they made a great movie. Are there some Frank inconsistencies? Yes, I think you're right, there are. But did they bother me? Not so much, because they made a great movie. All right. Next up, Ignition writes, I saw someone suggest Peter might already have the symbiote and they just choose not to reveal it in this movie. Seems very unlikely, but possible. Sure. It's possible in the same way that Peter also has midichlorians in his blood. Well, they didn't say he does, but they didn't say he didn't. It's possible. Yeah, is it possible? Sure, it's possible. Yes. Is it probable? No. So I'm going to go with the no thing. Is it completely impossible that they say that later on? Well, of course not. It's obviously not impossible, but I mean, now we're sounding like Dumb and Dumber, where it's like 1 in a million. So you're saying there's a chance, right? So, I really don't think the symbiote is an issue or is a factor right now. Could be wrong, not impossible, but it's not a factor right now, I don't think. All right. Next up, Aaron writes, Tom, Andrew, and Andrew were working on taking away powers in No Way Home. Spider-Man has to live with the fact that he started the Days of Future Past storyline. Okay, I get the premise of what you're saying. Again, I don't think that's exactly the case, but I do like the call out. That's a very good reference there. All right, Miles writes, Peter's inhibitor was in there for the Department of Damage Control, soon to be mutant control to use in future movies, but I agree it felt silly. Again, I don't think they had it long enough. They never replicated it. And they didn't take it off Sadie until the last second. So they never took that off of her, right? Until they got her in there in the chair. And then at that point, everything happened. So they never had a chance to study or replicate it. And then Jean destroyed it. So I could be totally wrong about this and I won't care if I am. It's not important. But my guess is that they're not going back to this. I don't think they're going back to this. All right, next up. Your rights. Should use the inhibitor on Amelia Clark's character. Again, I don't think we're ever going to see Amelia Clark's character again either. I think that character is gone. Porter writes, surprised with how little screen time Tombstone got. Why? What point? What would have been the point of how would giving him more screen time have served the story? There was literally no reason to give him more screen time. He, as well as a couple of other characters, were simply there to serve that, showing that Peter has been activist Spider-Man and defending the city against a bunch of powerful threats. So there was literally no reason to have more Tombstone. There was no reason to have more Captain Boomerang or whoever that was. There was literally no reason to have more of them. Would I have been upset if they did more of them? No, because the dude, I love the dude who plays Tombstone. Remember, he played Tobias in Black Lightning. And I thought he was a great villain in Black Lightning. And I love him. So I would have been down to seeing more of him. But once you see the movie and you realize, oh yeah, like if they had put him in the movie more, it just would have been to put him in the movie more. It wouldn't have been to serve the movie or serve the story. They would have been doing it just to do it. And that's never a good idea. So I'm okay that they didn't do that. Let's see. Next up, Animesh writes, the mutation suppressing device was a stupid thing, but he did have Banner's device to revert. No, he didn't. He did not. That's the thing. He didn't have Banner's device to reverse engineer. Banner never gave him the device to take and reverse engineer. So I accepted it for this film at least. If they had done that, if Banner had taken off the device and say, here's the results of my years of research and work as somebody who is much smarter than you, Peter Parker, even though you're a genius, I'm Dr. David Banner. I'm way smarter than you. Here is my device that I created after years of research and development. Go and study it. See if you can reverse engineer it. Make your own modifications to come up with the thing that you need. He never gave it to him. He just saw it on his wrist. That's it. So, yeah. If they had done that, though, Animesh, if they had done that, I still think it was dumb, but I would have been at least a little bit more, I guess, a little, but they didn't. He literally just went home from scratch and just created his own thing in 5 minutes. And that's the part that really drove me crazy. All right. Tim Sim writes, Peter's next love interest, if not MJ, Gwen Stacy or Felicia Hardy. I think Gwen. I think it's got to be Gwen, right? By the way, I'm not saying they are going to go in a different love interest direction, but now that he's reestablished his relationship with MJ and Ned, maybe this relationship with MJ doesn't turn into something romantic. Remember, MJ has a boyfriend. That's an inconvenient truth we often forget by the end of the movie, but she has a boyfriend. Maybe Peter just has to come to the point where he's ready to move on. And he's got his relationship with MJ and his relationship with Ned, and that's good enough. Like we have a friendship, we're 3 best friends, and that's great. But that's all it's going to ever be. So he moves on. I think the next one would have to be Gwen, right? That would be my guess. I would think the next one would have to be Gwen. Let's see here. Somebody's saying, yeah, but Gwen is for Miles. We're not getting Miles in the MCU for a long time. But John, I heard Kevin Feige. No, what Kevin Feige says is once Sony lets us do live action Spider-Man, we've got plans. But I guarantee you that is a long ways off. Spider-Man, Sony's not giving up Miles anytime soon. I don't think they're giving up anytime soon. And Kevin was pretty clear. Like they can't do anything with Miles unless Sony says they can. And if like Sony makes a ass load of money on this next Spider-Verse movie, they're going to want to just continue that. So I don't think they're going to even have, I don't think they're going to worry about Miles for a while. I really don't. Anyway, Joshua writes, can we appreciate the Marvel logo showing Peter disappearing from... I'm so glad you brought that up. Everyone's memories. Also, Frank is now the cool uncle we all need. I didn't notice it the first time I watched the movie, but I noticed a second. So in the opening Marvel thing, right? You see images of just Spider-Man. But when Spider-Man pops up in a shot, he disappears while anybody else in the shot stays. It was a subtle but beautiful little thing to start the movie with. I thought that was great, and I'm glad you brought it up, Joshua. All right, next up. McCrae writes, when Peter reintroduces himself to Ned and they do the handshake thing, I thought, well, if Peter doesn't have MJ, at least he'll have Ned. Yeah, and again, Ned did not get his memories back. Remember, Ned was reacting to the name Peter because he heard MJ call Spider-Man Peter. And he knew the handshake because we saw in a video early in the movie that Ned does that handshake with other people. So Ned already knew the handshake, and then he pieced it together. So I think he's rebuilding his relationship with Ned, and they're going to have a great relationship. And he's rebuilding his relationship with MJ. It may or may not become romantic again, but I think he's rebuilt that friendship with her too. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Next up, Jackson Halo writes, I love the humor in this movie. It really helps strike the balance of the highs and lows. Completely agree. Shout out Punisher, probably my favorite comic book movie of all time. I've always said this. There are some people who say, I don't want humor in my comic book movies. Fuck, go shove an avocado up your ass and sit in the rain. And not that every comic book movie needs to have humor, but to me, if you know the histories of comics and really know comics, humor normally is usually a part, but I've always thought the key for a great comic book movie is knowing where the balance is. The balance of the light, joyful excitement, adventure, and laugh, and comedy and fun with the serious, the stakes, the repercussions, the darker side. A great comic book movie knows how to balance the two. Not that every single one needs to do that, right? Like there are some that just go more pure fun that works, and there's some that just go more pure heavy that works. But generally speaking, a great comic book movie is one that finds the balance between the two. A great example of that, I think, is Thor Ragnarok. I think Thor Ragnarok, I mean, they lost the balance completely with Thor Love and Thunder, but I think Thor Ragnarok is a great example of finding that balance. Iron Man movies are a great example of finding that balance. And I think this movie is another great example of really, truly finding that balance. And that's part of the reason why I think it works so well, man. All right. Let's see. Next up, Jackson Halo. Oh, no, that was Jackson Halo. Next up, Mr. I writes, did Spidey's mask look superimposed when he was in the pool with Yelena? 100% it did. 100% it did. At least I'll say this. The mask might have been the mask. What really looked CGI'd and superimposed was the neckline on the mask. That looked very composited. That looked very visual effected. So my guess is, yeah, they had the mask on Tom Holland, but they didn't like the way it looked just kind of hanging off his neck. And so they CGI'd the neckline. But it wasn't done really well because I 100% agree with you. I think that part was absolutely composited and it was kind of obvious. It was kind of obvious. The visual effects in the movie overall are great, but that was a very kind of obvious scene that didn't work. All right. Nicholas Stanley writes, I'm seeing people say that X-Men will view Spider-Man as a villain because he created the mutant disabling device and Jean will defend him. Thoughts? Nobody has the disabling device. The Department of Damage Control never had the opportunity to study it. Jean destroyed the one that they had. It's a non-issue. It'll never come back again. And no, I really don't think they'll look at Spider-Man as a villain when he actually saved Jean. So I don't think that'll be an issue at all. All right. Hiator, I hope I'm saying that right, says Damage Control Machine will become the Cerebro. I don't think so. But that's not a bad theory. I'm going to leave it at that for now, man. I'm going to say probably not, but it's probably not a bad theory. Let's see if they go anywhere with that. All right. And our final question of the day. We've now been going over 4 hours. We're getting on to 4.25 hours. We're almost at 4 hours and 15 minutes in this stream. Seth writes, Hey, John, this movie was a dream. Sadie Sink's introduction, at least to me, felt like Spider-Man and Black Panther's intros in Civil War. I was already excited since she's a favorite actress of mine. Listen, I can't call somebody a favorite actor or actress of mine from one thing, and the only thing I ever really saw her in was Stranger Things. But man, I thought she was great in this. I thought she was so good. I'm not ready to put it on the level of Black Panther's introduction in Winter Soldier, or Civil War, I should say. But it was pretty damn good. It was pretty, to quote Robert Pattinson, it was pretty good. Pretty damn good. And in my best Sheev Palpatine, I should be watching her career with great interest. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what she does and where they go with her and this character moving forward. And if you can't tell, my voice is nearly completely gone. 4 hours and 15 minutes, guys, we've been going. And guys, that'll do it for today's special Spider-Man Brand New Day open spoiler discussion. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thousands of you guys have been here through the entire thing. Thank you so much for that, guys, for joining me. And guys, do not forget, come back and join us again tomorrow for the John Campea Show. Box office numbers, man. Spider-Man, it might even by tomorrow, it might have broken Endgame's record. That Odyssey's records. There's so much for us to talk about tomorrow. Looking forward to you guys joining me. And I got Christian. No, Christian's going to be on Tuesday this week. I think Rob's on the show with me tomorrow. Me, Rob, and Jonathan tomorrow. Guys, come back and join us then. Thank you again to everybody for joining us. Big thank you to all you guys who sent in the questions. Number one, because you gave us great fun things to talk about. But number two, you supported this channel as you did it. And all of us involved with the channel, thank you guys so very much for your support. By the way, just a quick little shout out here. After the final question came in and we turned off super chats, a couple of people still sent in some super chat badges to be supportive. So a shout out to Shakeem Diggs for sending that in, and to Captain America for sending in a super chat badge to be supportive. Thank you so much for that, guys. Appreciate you all very much. That will do it for me for now, guys. Thank you so much for being here. And until next time, my friends, bye-bye.